The time? No. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting to order. If you'll please rise. I've asked Supervisor Gould to do the invocation and then Supervisor Lingenfelter to lead us in the pledge.
If you want to, please join me in prayer. Lord, we thank you and praise you today. Lord, we thank you for this great nation that you've given us, Lord, this experiment in self-government. Lord, help us to run it wisely. Help us to run our county wisely, Lord. Watch over our employees today. Let's have 0 injuries today, oh Lord. We pray that everybody goes home safely to the loving arms of their family, Lord. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I need a motion to call for an executive session to be held September 3rd, 2024 at 9 a.m.
Second.
We have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Official business to come before the board. Number 1, discussion of pending or contemplated litigation claims and demands. Mr. Esplin.
Good morning. I have nothing to report today.
Okay. Committee and/or legislative reports. Well, first of all, I want to make sure that Supervisor Johnson is on the phone.
I'm here.
Very good.
Nothing to report.
Okay. While you got your mic on, do you have any reports this morning?
No report, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Bishop?
No report.
Supervisor Lingenfelter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few water-related issues this morning. Last week, just to keep everybody up to speed, in the county's Greenstone to Queen Creek lawsuit in federal district court, Judge Labarty issued a motion basically stating that the Bureau of Reclamation has to do a full-blown environmental impact statement to evaluate that transfer. But at the same time, he is going to allow the contracts that Greenstone signed with Queen Creek to stand, ruling that it would be a financial burden or harm to them. And that harm was basically created. If you recall, those of you that have been following that case, we also, Mojave County and our co-plaintiffs filed a injunction request, a preliminary injunction to prohibit those contracts from going into place, and we were not successful in that earlier in the year. So that created this financial harm to Queen Creek. Overall, I think Mojave County, I think it's a win for us because they do have to do a full-blown EIS. I think that it helped all of our Colorado River counties and communities with our political capital when it comes to Colorado River water, 4th priority Colorado River water, and going into the post-2026 Colorado River guidelines. So I think that they see that we're serious and that we're unified on these issues. It's unfortunate that the contracts were allowed to stand, but overall, I think that the form of relief that we were requesting was the full-blown EIS, and we did get that from the court. So I know that the Board of Supervisors will be meeting with our attorneys soon to talk about next steps, and that's really all we can publicly share with you at this time. We also heard from the federal government in August. They always said if there's going to be restrictions on the river for those that take Colorado River water. This year, again, Arizona is going to be under a Tier 1 restriction, which is better than a Tier 2B, which we were under in a previous year. California, Arizona, Nevada has agreed to conserve an additional 3 million acre-feet of water through 2026, and anybody that's been following the Colorado River issues, there's still some contention amongst the 7 basin states regarding who post 2026, is going to have to take cuts if the river just doesn't have enough water to allocate. The upper basin states, the 4 upper basin states, namely Colorado, wants the lower basin states to take a majority of the cuts in the future, and Arizona and California and Nevada are allocating for a model or a solution, a scenario that all of the 7 basin states, the tribes in Mexico, would have a more equitable sharing of those cuts. And that's really all we have at this point in time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Gould.
Nothing today, Madam Chairman.
Okay, and I have nothing, so we will go on to the next, which is, we don't have a lobbyist report today, I assume. Okay, and county manager's report.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Just a brief one. I'm happy to inform you that our procurement department has earned the 2024 Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award. The criteria for this award reflect the benchmarks for public procurement best practices. It's worthy of noting that Mojave County Procurement Department is one of 49 counties in both the U.S. and Canada to achieve this milestone. And with that said, I would like to congratulate them and ask you to join me in doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone here from procurement? Okay, well. Thank you. Okay, this would be the time I'd go to call public, but we have 2 presentations, and both of them do have to leave, and we have quite a few call to public requests. So I'm going to first do the proclamation, is to proclaim the month of October 24 as Domestic Violence Aware Month in Mojave County.
Motion to approve.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, first we're going to have up our yearly legislative update by Craig Sullivan, who's the executive director of the County Supervisors Association of Arizona. And joining Craig will be Stephen Miller, CSA president and Pinal County supervisor, Jacob Emmett, CSA legislative director, and Caitlin King, CSA legislative liaison. Come up. See, Jacob isn't here, huh?
Jacob's not here.
Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Agnes, and thank you for inviting all of us, Mojave County. I'm very pleased and proud to be here and have Greg present all the good work we've done this year. You know, Madam Chair, I want to thank you for all the time you spent on our Legislative Policy Committee over the years. Supervisor Bishop, thank you for serving as president in 2022. We need good leaders, and you stepped up and ran that year very, very good. I'm trying to model my year after you. So,
thank you, Mr. President.
Supervisor Lingerfield, you just summarized my last meeting at CAP. I sit on the CAP board as well, so good report. Thank you for all the work that you do in water. And if I can ever help, don't hesitate to reach out to me and discuss that with me in the future. So joining us this morning is Craig Sullivan, our director of CSA, and Caitlin, who's newly aboard, our staff at CSA. So they're going to give you a riveting report about all the work we've done this year. But first, or before I leave, I do want to invite each and every one of you to the city of Maricopa, to the Legislative Summit that Pinal County is putting on October 7th. And we look forward to seeing you there. And it'll be, I'm sure we'll have a lot of great discussions and opportunity to network with each other on all the things that we do as county supervisors. So thank you for allowing us to present this morning. And each one of you, thank you for serving as supervisors. Greg?
Thank you, Supervisor Miller. And Madam Chair and members of the board, thank you very much for this opportunity to stand before you. For the record, I'm Craig Sullivan with the County Supervisors Association. I'm very grateful for this time to spend with you to talk about County Supervisors Association and the work that we do. I have provided for you a bound document that walks through this report and will cover a lot of areas that I'll highlight. I don't intend to cover all of the information, so it may not be as riveting as advertised, but I'm happy to answer any questions. I just want to be very mindful of your time as we go through this. And as we begin, I do want to thank all of you for your involvement in the association. It is so important for the collaboration of the 15 counties to have this county at the table and present. You do that. We know the connection between you and our organization is very valuable and important. And I just want to express my heartfelt appreciation to all of you, including your management, for all the work that we do together. This report is broken down into a couple of categories. We'll talk about who we are as an intergovernmental office. We'll break down some of the intergovernmental activities that we do. I'm going to highlight quite a bit on our analytic function and some of the strategic initiatives that we've been pursuing. And then we'll talk about the legislature because that has a direct effect on everything that you do here in the county as well. So to begin with, though, just for folks in the room who may not be familiar with who we are, the County Supervisors Association is a partnership of the 15 county governments. We're a nonpartisan research and policy work center. We work on behalf of all 15 counties. Everyone benefits from our work, and our goal is to strengthen the partnership with the federal government and state legislators, because you're implementing a lot of their laws, to do better public service at the local level. And when you look at the various entities that affect your operations that are external of the county, we can really see the importance of that engagement. The association has all supervisors who serve on our board of directors, and we're grateful for that. We do tap folks to do extra duty with us in our executive committee, which this county's been part of in the past, as well as our legislative policy committee. So those are the basics of how we're structured, and I just wanted to share the constituents that information. So moving on to a little bit of what we do. What I did here is I just listed out some of the key intergovernmental activities we've been involved in. We use our monthly board meetings to bring in policy leaders, elected leaders, technical experts to talk with the counties about issues that are relevant. And we're always looking for additional ideas to set that agenda going forward. On the left, you can see some specific task forces and appointments that we're involved in. We were tasked to be a part of the Governor's Water Policy Council. Supervisor Ligenfelter served on that as well. We also have appointments to the Commerce Authority, Criminal Justice Commission. Supervisor Bishop was our appointee to that, as well as we make appointments to the PSPRS Advisory Board, or we make nominations. And then I serve on the PSPRS Advisory Committee overseeing what the Board of Trustees is doing. And this is just helping create a close collaboration with these state agencies that affect all of you. We also have a great relationship with the county, what we call affiliate groups, managers, planning directors, public health folks, engineers. Sam, I want to thank you for your involvement with our group in that capacity. It really helps us strengthen as a hub with all of the 15 counties on policy issues that are relevant to you. And so it creates a very strong collaboration. In terms of our data initiative, a couple of things that I'd like to share with you there. We've been talking for a few years now about how we've been building out our data and analytics function. We have a mountain of data that exceeds 4 million data points, and our goal is to have information that we can turn into analysis and products for you all to inform decision making at the local level, the state level, and the federal level. I shared with you a small document that we put together recently that just is a brief county profile to show how we're using technology tools to pull data out and to provide snapshots about what the counties look like. But we use this for all sorts of policy items that when we're evaluating bills, supporting the finance directors, what have you. Data is critical. Data is critical to making informed decisions. And so we're trying to support all 15 counties by building out this initiative. Every year we add new data sets to it. Currently, we're building out more and more as it relates to the court system, which is a big cost driver in the county. There are a few strategic initiatives that we're involved in. Recently, on a couple of efforts, our data team was able to secure $1.4 million in grants from the Arizona Board of Regents to do research work into county relevant projects. And on this slide, you see the work that was done related to public safety, recruitment, and retention. We were tasked with serving on a PSPRS work group. We were legislatively tasked to do that. Our team, in doing that, realized that there was an opportunity to pull in resources from the universities to support the dialogue. That report concluded last January. It's relevant to police and fire, and I'd include the sheriffs in that. And so there's ongoing works groups that of practitioners looking at that study now and trying to figure out how to translate that into action in those functional areas. We use that as a launching point to go back to the Board of Regents with the Sheriff's Association to ask for a grant to do a similar study specifically in detention. And so we partnered with the Sheriff's Association on that. That is just beginning and kicking off now, and we're hoping that that's going to provide a lot of information to help inform decisions here. And for policymakers at the state capitol, they often are asked to get involved in these areas to promote recruitment and retention. We think this is going to help inform decisions they make too, so that we're all making the most efficient decisions in this really important area. Similarly, we pursued a grant to do a procurement model study, and it was great to hear the award that Mojave County received. For many years, I've been aware of procurement excellence in Mojave County. What we've done is created a work task force to look at procurement in counties, cities, and school districts to identify strategies to be efficient, to add value to the taxpayer, and to measure that over time. And so that's another project that our team is managing and will be unfolding over the course of the next year. We're very excited about that. I put on the right just the content development that's occurring. Each year, we're trying to identify specific content projects to help build out our database. This year, we focused on county expenditure limits because several counties are having issues with them. So we've developed a massive kit to help folks understand expenditure limits and what tools exist to address them. We are going to do similarly over the next year with the property tax system, levy limits, jail districts. These are all things that we often get requests from counties to better understand, and we want to make sure there's just a kit that we can hand you and you can understand those policy areas in great detail. We're also in the field doing surveying on the court system to better understand what counties are doing and paying for in the court system, because as you know, funding the courts is a state-county partnership mandated by the state. And we have found that data is not as transparent as we would like it to help lawmakers make better decisions. And so we're developing some of that information now. So I wanted to spend a little time on a strategic initiative that we've been working on for about 6 or 7 years now. And this has to do with controlling the taxpayer costs for the pension system, the public safety pension system, and the corrections officers' retirement plan. And what you see here on the chart is the funded status of those plans. And 6 years ago, when we really started in earnest trying to figure out how to control these costs, they were sufficiently worse funded. And you can see how they've improved. So what was that a consequence of? Well, it was collaborative effort with the counties, the cities, the legislature to reform the system. Us in the cities working with the Board of Trustees to improve the assumptions they're making into the system. This is what our team works on regularly. Identifying funding strategies that the counties could deploy on their own to help get ahead of that. And you all made investments to stabilize that fund. And then on the elected officials' retirement plan, which is closed, we got appropriations to help subsidize the county mandated contribution. And we've worked with Chairman Livingston in the House on a strategy to pay that down if and when the state wants to do that. We can't do it alone. We need the state to work on it. So I'm very proud of this because we're going back to Pinal County for our summit. When we were there last time, these charts looked horrible. And that's when we were saying we need to work together to really get control of this. So kudos to you, kudos to your colleague counties for working to stabilize the system. Our challenge now is to not go backwards. And so we really want to make sure that we're monitoring pension changes at the state capitol so that we don't undermine the investment that counties have made to control the costs of the system. Broadband has been a major issue. For several years, we had been calling on the state to provide greater leadership in broadband. Initially, that was just creating a state broadband office, putting together small grant programs. With the federal resources that have come down, that has scaled up mightily. So we've been serving our part as a hub, working with the ACA, the governor's office, and the federal government on where issues are arising in this. And you can kind of see the work plan as it's been unfolding. I know your county is doing an awesome job with WECOM in this area and has done very well in deploying out these resources for your constituents. But it's just an ongoing project that we'll all have to continue to work on. So moving out of some of those strategic initiatives, I'd like to highlight a little bit about the legislative work that occurred this last session. You all know that there are a mountain of bills that touch county operations. Counties are administrative arms of the state. So every time the legislature's open, they're changing the rules. And what we do is serve as a feedback loop to the legislature to evaluate and get feedback from you on the bills that they're considering. We think that's really important. A couple of context items that are occurring now. Currently we've got divided government with the Democrat in the governor's office and a majority controlled by the Republicans. And so that's led to some conversations at the Capitol around policy items, a lot of vetoes when bills aren't bipartisan, agencies getting particular scrutiny. There were 15 agencies that went up for reauthorization this year, agency heads. That's all going to happen, and it's separate from the work that we do. The biggest contextual item that we focused on was the budget, right? Because we're downhill of the state budget. And so we've spent a lot of time looking at that. And this highlights for you a little bit about what the state budget looks like. Our single biggest concern going in was that there were going to be impacts to the county taxpayer to save the state general fund. The way the legislature solved its $1.4 billion deficit is listed for you here. They focused on fund transfers, one-time spending cuts, and ongoing spending cuts. It was all within the four corners of the state budget. I did highlight for you the ending balance going out into fiscal year 2027, and I'd highlight for you as well structural balance. These numbers matter, and as you can see, they're very small on a very large budget, because that's how, when they're making budget decisions, they look at what those numbers are. And so things won't get in the budget because those numbers are very narrow, and it has a big influence on the negotiation. The way the legislature took care of its budget is briefly summarized for you here. They did take a lot of resources that would have gone to the Water Infrastructure Finance Authority for water augmentation. That's really a big loss, right? Water is an issue of our time. You're working on it. Many regions are working on it. So these are resources that were lost to supporting water augmentation efforts. They swept opioid dollars. They did not touch the county dollars. And I know Supervisor Angus, we were in communication in real time when this was happening, where we were confirming it didn't touch the local share. But of course, it touches grants that could have come down to the locals. And then they swept just pretty much every fund that they can get their hands on and did across-the-board agency cuts, which agencies had the capacity to do. So we were grateful because when we met in October, we were raising with lawmakers the concern that the state would shift issues to the counties. Many members, including yours, said we're not going to support that. They held true to that. And so I think that was a real good thing. The governor's office, the Republican majority, all the folks who voted on the budget did not shift the problem to local governments. And they also maintained their $1.5 billion rainy day fund. Now, there are a couple of things that they did that are a concern, and so I want to spend a little bit of time on those. These are major county touch points that are unresolved, and we need to have a conversation with the legislature about. The first is related to the Department of Juvenile Corrections, which is a fee charged to Maricopa County. When Regina Cobb was chairwoman of appropriations, she helped get the rurals out of that, but I'm still working on that for Maricopa. Probation. Probation is a joint funded by mandate, the state and the county. The state is behind in its obligations to funding state-funded probation officers. to the tune of about $10 million. That was not funded in this current budget. And so there's a shortfall in those resources. Now, we were working with the courts to argue for getting dollars on an ongoing basis in there. And I do want to extend my gratitude to the courts for their advocacy there, including your presiding Judge Moss. When it wasn't included in the budget, we are told that the governor's office will provide federal dollars to patch that for 1 year. But the question is, how are these employees going to be funded in the future? So that's a very significant item that we're going to have to continue to work on. And JP salary. So at the end of the budget, and it was going into the weekend, I saw that they were sweeping the state's reimbursement for JPs, right? How are JPs funded? We pay 60%, the state pays 40%, we meaning the county. I saw that they were sweeping about $500,000 out of their reimbursement pot. First thing we did was try to figure out what does that mean, and were they changing the formula? They didn't change the formula, that's good. They still are responsible for 40%. And the $500,000 that they swept on our analysis was not going to dig in to their ability to meet those commitments. That was Friday. What happened on Saturday? On Saturday in the afternoon, when the amendment was released for the budget, there was a pay raise for Superior Court judges included in it. Why does that matter? Well, Superior Court judges are funded 50% by the county, 50% by the state. JPs are triggered to the Superior Court judge salaries, 40-60. So that got bootstrapped up. And I can't recall if you have commissioners, but counties that have commissioners, right, we're paying 100%. So the state scored a financial hit of $800,000 for the Superior Court judge salaries, and that costs the counties about $7 million because of those linkages. And I don't think there's a member who knows that, to be honest with you, in terms of the way that rolled out. And I only share this with you because not to criticize the judges and the salary conversation, the lack of transparency. You know, Supervisor Ligenfelter, you and I were talking late in the budget conversation. What shocks can come out? We're trying to put our budget together. Every county was worried about that. And so our view would have been there should have been a committee hearing on early about it. We should have been aware that this type of thing was out there. There should have been transparency on the ripple effect that it would have to the county taxpayer. And so that was very disappointing and something we found out on a Saturday afternoon on that final budget. I think the ultimate impact to Mojave County was north of $300,000, right? If I have the number correct. So that's something that we really have to work with lawmakers to help them understand the court system a little more effectively and how it impacts the county taxpayer. And that's some of what our research project is all about. So I wanted to highlight that. This is a list of items that were protected in the budget. These weren't new spending items, but these are all county touch points that were protected, things I was worried about losing. And the ones in particular were things that this board and our association worked on, things like indigent defense dollars or juvenile dependency dollars, the EORP relief, in lieu lottery monies. These were all held harmless. And so I, again, want to extend my appreciation to your lawmakers for protecting those resources. Moving out of the budget, a big part of what our legislative team does is what I call reactive advocacy. This is just dealing with the hundreds of bills that touch the counties, reviewing them, getting feedback from the county management professional staff, getting direction from our board, and then working with lawmakers. This just shows you a bunch of the policy areas that we worked in over the last year. By and large, things went pretty well. Bills that we were concerned with either fell by the wayside or if they really had legs, got amended favorably. And so I really like that part of the partnership with state legislators working out problems where we can. And so that was all very good. This list is about the chaptered bills and I'll share some of the reports that we put out there. But in terms of the bills that were actually chaptered, we worked directly on the items that are in the upper left, the CSI priorities. We expanded the Criminal Justice Commission membership. We worked with ACO on the recount items. That was so early in the session, it seems like eons ago. And ACO did a great job leading tip of the spear there. The other items are just to give you a sense of different issues that we worked on. Legislative vacancies, the tamale bill, mental health related matters. Again, most of these items, our team put amendments together and we're able to get good results. Water is a big conversation in many counties because of the various touch points. Mr. Miller brought that up too, and I know your county is well represented in its advocacy for that. And I want to commend you as well, Mr. Lingenfelter, for your ongoing leadership in that space. It's not easy, and I know, and it's just something that needs to continue to be focused. With all the items that come out of the legislature, we do a bunch of reports to help with implementation. The general effective date is September 14th this year. That's when new laws come online. These are all reports that we've distributed to help your professional staff navigate all these items that are in public policy. And just as a wrap, I wanted to quantify a little bit of some of the work that we did through the LPC, so you didn't think you wasted your time, Supervisor Angus. But we processed 75 bills and took positions on those. 35 or more were defeated. A lot of bills were amended. And I think we had a lot of good results in that space. Our team testified 30 times this last session to represent county interests, provide county feedback in committee. Overwhelmingly, that was done by Jacob, and he did a great job, and I'm very proud of the work that he did. But the reward for wrapping up a session is that we get to start doing it all over again. So I did want to highlight some of our calendaring in the fall. We're requesting policy proposals from the counties. We've got a couple from Mojave that are in our process. We will consider them at our summit in October, and I'm hopeful that you'll participate in that, and then we'll restart it all again. Get out there and work with the governor's office and the legislature. And we're very pleased that there will be some folks with county experience in the state legislature, Supervisor Angus. I think that'll be a great value add. And so we're looking forward to getting through all of this. So with that, Madam Chairman, I took a lot of your time, but thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you so much for coming down here and giving this overview to us. Always very interesting. Does anybody have any questions for Craig?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Craig, so you're saying that the members did not know about that change in judicial salary?
You know,
I would argue they did know,
Sure.
and they're telling you that they did not know.
I probably took a stretch there, and I'm not going to debate you on that. I'm choosing to be generous, I think. But I think if there is an issue, you're probably quite right that key folks knew the trickle down. And we want to make sure that nobody has any reason to say otherwise going forward by providing documents that make it very clear how the system works.
Sure, I thought I would touch on that point.
That's fair enough.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mel.
Yeah.
Supervisor Bishop?
Just a comment. I wanted to thank you, Craig, for all of your advocacy over the years, and to let you know it was an honor being your past president and serving with the CSA, and now President Miller is in that position, and I'm looking forward to retirement, but I'll always remember the time I spent with CSA and all of the help that you've given our board over the years. So thank you, Craig.
It's been
Staff.
our pleasure.
Supervisor Lingenfelter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Craig and everybody that came up, thank you for making the drive today. I think what you've shared in your presentation today just sort of really spotlights that it's not just about counties going down there to the state capitol and getting bills passed. Most of what we do is playing defense, and defense that's armed with the best available data that we have for public policy making. So I just want to thank you for your contribution to that. Thank you for your partnership.
Thank you, sir.
Supervisor Johnson?
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Okay, well, I just want to take this opportunity to say that I've enjoyed working with CSA through the good, the bad, and the ugly. I will say we made it through, and should I prevail in November, I look forward to being on the other side and protecting county interests. But before we go, are there any ballot initiatives that we should be on the lookout for that will be not very good for counties?
Yeah, very good point, and I'm a little remiss by not having a specific slide in there. We do have a document we'll be sending out to you shortly. I mentioned early on that because the governor was vetoing a lot of items, the legislature referred a lot of items, so about 11 are out there. Probably the couple of big ticket items are, you're aware of the immigration-related matter, which our border counties have raised concerns about. and there is not an expectation of how that's going to be funded in the criminal justice system. There's also a measure that was brought forward by a party that was concerned with the homeless encampments in Phoenix. And I forget the title of this, but what this does is it gives residents a claim on the county for situations where the county has not mitigated a nuisance and had a policy or practice that led to that lack of mitigation. It's very challenging legalese, to be honest with you. When the bill was first drafted and it was moved simultaneously in both chambers, we were very concerned about it because you're never notified. It was very unclear how this would work. Based on concerns, they did narrow it down quite a bit, but it's still very unclear under what circumstances somebody can simply make a claim to be reimbursed for cleaning up a nuisance in the county. The idea was when the city was saying, we're not going to clean up the homeless encampment downtown by the sandwich shop. That was the idea. But it's much broader than that. And so we're trying to get a sense of what that may all look at the end. For us, and I know you and I talked about this, these are the kinds of things that when they're put in voter protection, where we see issues, we're not able to fix it at the legislature. So that is an issue I'm concerned about, and it's on the ballot.
The bill is called Property Tax Refund for Non-Enforcement of Nuisance Laws. And I've read it, and I'm very concerned about it. Again, it was brought up to fix that problem in Phoenix, the zone, without really even asking counties how this was going to affect them positively or negatively. And I have a lot of concerns about this because just by the name of it, it will probably pass. And then we're going to have to pass it to figure out what's in it. And I'm very concerned. So if we can do maybe more of a deep dive into that one, put my mind at ease, Craig.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I think it's going to be a nightmare. Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chairman, the voters should remember that their default position on initiatives should be no. They should vote no on all of them, unless somebody can show them why they should vote yes. If it's a great idea and it fails because they do a poor job of explaining it to you, they'll bring it up again. But you certainly don't want to pass things that are bad into law and into the state constitution that can only be removed or changed by another act of the voters. So if you don't understand it, vote no. And that's how you should be. Rather, people seem to get worried and feel pressure to vote yes on things, but in reality, they're not doing their due diligence. They often complain about legislative bodies not reading bills. So don't be a hypocrite. Read the initiatives before you decide which way you're going to vote on those. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to add that there'll be a lot of talk about these voter initiatives. So get with people that you agree with on either political spectrum and really find out what's in them. Because there are a lot of them. When you have this divided government that they can't seem to get what they want, they'll do it this way, which seems, okay, the voters, but I personally don't think it's the best way to do the government's work sometimes. Okay, well, thank you. Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, members, thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you, President Miller. All right, we're going to do the next presentation, which is the concept of foreign trade zones. Consultants from Ernst & Young will be available to answer questions. This is from Tammy Ersenbach. And with that, we're going to move up item 41, which is about this issue, which is, well, we'll get to that after the presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Hankus and Board of Supervisors. I apologize, bring my water. We do have Ernst & Young with Shane Williams, Frankie Capone, and Claire Zeldas online so they can hear, and they will be able to clarify any questions that you have at the end. Foreign trade zones are, let me go on. They're designated, which do I push? Is that it? Nope. How do I get up online? It's here. How do I get to be seen?
You got that? Are there people on the line?
Oh, whoops, there we go. Oh, there we go. Okay. So foreign trade zones are designated areas where businesses are of all sizes can import and export goods with reduced or no customs duties, taxes, or fees. These zones are intended to enhance the global competitiveness of the U.S. companies by treating them as if they were outside U.S. customs territory for duty purposes. Beyond deferring or exempting the custom duties, foreign trade zones offer companies various cost-saving opportunities. By strategically utilizing foreign trade zones, businesses can optimize their supply chains.
Excuse me, Tammy, can you speak more into the mic, please?
Okay, utilizing foreign trade zones, businesses can optimize their supply chains, streamline logistics, better magnify inventory, reduce regulatory burdens, and access tax incentives that are not available outside of these zones, among other benefits. So foreign trade zones is to help United States companies to be more competitive in all markets. They are products produced or grown outside of the United States that are not produced or grown here, and it's the only way that we can get them. This is a way that we can become more competitive by bringing them in with duties being duty-free. From the Economic Development Office, it is our goal to help Mojave County businesses to be more competitive all the way around, and this is one tool that we can use. Okay. Helping companies locate in the United States compete more effectively against foreign manufacturers. Foreign trade zones can help companies locate here and to reduce the production costs, which can make them more competitive against their foreign manufacturers. Encouraging retention of companies located in the United States. Foreign trade zones can help to keep companies located in the United States from relocating overseas. This can help to protect jobs and boost the economy. Enhancing local and state economic development programs. Foreign trade zones can help to incentivize and attract new United States-based companies to a community and create new jobs. They can also help to boost the local economy by increasing tax incentives, revenues, and stimulating economic activity. Facilitating and expediting international trade. Foreign trade zones can help to reduce the cost and time of importing and exporting goods, which makes it easier for companies located in the United States to trade internationally. This can lead to increased economic activity and job creation. Foreign trade zone savings have enabled companies to direct companies' resources to their most efficient uses, such as worker training. Savings afforded by the foreign trade zone programs have enhanced companies to raise workers' skills and to increase hiring as well. Most zones' activity and employment are driven by actual production activities. The leading products that are imported into the zones for production activities are oil and petroleum, motor vehicle parts, consumer electronics, pharmaceuticals, and machinery and equipment. Leading the categories of imports designated for non-production activities, warehouse and distribution activities, are vehicles, consumer electronics, consumer products, electrical machinery, and oil and petroleum. As we're not near a port, we will be focusing most of our companies on what can be produced and brought in to the port and then brought into our county through air, rail, and trucks. So an example of this is BMW is in South Carolina, and they have made a huge impact just in South Carolina by employing 36,285 people. Now, we don't want to be at that size in Mojave County, but the impact for BMW all the way around through the United States is $15.77 million, and the employment's 120,855 employees. So with the study, they found that for every 10 jobs that BMW brings into the area, they are actually generating 90 additional jobs. And our county will do the same thing. As we start bringing in new businesses into the area, or new businesses start to utilize this and save money, then they're going to be able to bring in new businesses, have more employees as well, and that impact's going to be just as strong to our county. The next slide is a few of the ways operating in foreign trade zone can save costs are no duties on imported goods that are later re-exported. So if a company brings in something specific like a fan or a belt or something that goes into a product, it's put into that product and then sent out and exported. They're going to do that either way, but this way they're saving the money on the duties, and they can then lower the cost, which makes it better for us here. Delaying the payment of duties on goods entering the United States market. So if they're coming in and that product is going to sit on the shelf for 6 months, they don't have to pay the duties now. They wait till the 6 months until it's actually sent out nationally, wherever it's going to go, meaning they can utilize that money to go to other areas, maybe to hire more employees or buy more products so that they can actually grow their business. No duties on waste, scrapped, or defective parts. So as they're bringing in the products that are needed, and they only need part of it, if it's not going out and being used to send out nationally, they don't pay duties on that as well. And then reduce manufacturing processing fees and more efficient supply chain. Foreign trade zones, they do demand more stringent inventory control and reporting requirements. In fact, most of the products are going to be put in behind a building, a door, a lock cage, something specific, that they keep that inventory separate from the rest of their inventory so that they know exactly where that is and what that looks like. And by doing so, then they're able to report on where that is at any time, any moment. And customs can come into that business and say, hey, where is this product at this point? And they have to be able to show that. So everything has to be in place. But by doing so and having a foreign trade zone, it also has a few other benefits. And that is lowering insurance premiums, having better security, obviously, for that type, but within their whole business, their security goes up. Having no time limits on the storage. So if you bring it in, like I said, the product for 6 months, it could sit there for 2 years, and the duty is not taxed. They don't pay the duty until that goes out nationally. More control on the supply chain. Sometimes that's an issue with companies, but now they're going to have a huge control on that. Faster speed to market, increased competitiveness, and fewer regulatory hassles. Through foreign trade zones are often viewed as only for being cost effective to large companies. That's not true. It really is for any size company. And so that's why we're excited to bring that to our county, because we know it's going to help all of the companies that are here that are currently doing business internationally, as well as are looking to do so. The other thing is, because of the foreign trade zone, we have companies looking at our county to come in because they know that they can be more competitive here nationally as well as globally. So our magnet sites, we have 4 magnet sites that we're focusing on. First of all, to come in to become a foreign trade zone, you have to be at least 60 miles or 90 minutes from a local current foreign trade zone, and the closest one to us is Harry Reid Airport. So that means we're going to use the whole boundaries of the county, which means we only have to go as far as north of White Hills to get to the county where we're going to be able to use that area. But then we're going to have 4 magnet sites where we do all the work in advance, and we'll go in and work with the taxing entities and say, you know what, this is what we're bringing in. It will only benefit the companies that are there. It's not going to benefit the whole county. It's just benefit the companies that use it. Would you be in support of this? And so we'll go to each taxing entity, and that's our next step, to go to them and say, would you support this program? So our 4 magnet sites are White Hills, Kingman Industrial Park, Griffith, and then Colorado City. And we have businesses looking at all 4 of those areas already to come into the area that are going to bring in more taxes, more capital investment, more employees, more jobs specific to those areas, but then we know it's going to spread out. Just like BMW did, we know that those jobs are going to spread through the whole county. If the companies are not already in one of those 4 magnet sites, it doesn't matter where they're at in the county. They can utilize it as we have what we call a subzone. And so if a company in Lake Havasu or Bullhead does not qualify as being a magnet site, because we can only have 4 magnet sites. So if they're located there and they want to use the foreign trade zone, then that's not an issue. We just have to go through that same process and support them as well, so that way they will be able to, we'll get a hold of the taxing entities for that particular parcel where they're at and make sure that everyone's in support. And then we submit that to the federal government for permission. So, the other thing I wanted to mention is that the foreign trade zone for us, we're setting it up so that the Board of Supervisors will be the controlling board of the foreign trade zone. And so it's not just somebody here in the county that wants to say, oh, I want to figure this out. We want the board to be in charge. The other thing is each company will pay a specific fee into the foreign trade zone each year. They'll pay a fee to get started. They'll pay extra money if there is something that's needed specific for them. And it's those fees that will actually pay for the foreign trade zone. So we're not asking, once it's established and set up, we're not asking for general funds for the trade zone to be established or to be maintained each year. We're asking for these businesses to help. And in the process, the little bit that they end up paying into the foreign trade zone will it will be a huge benefit to what they're going to be able to save in their duties. So with that, do you have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Supervisor Bishop?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Tammy, what is the position with the city of Kingman? Are they in support of this?
They are.
And the other cities as well, Colorado City, Lake Havasu, and Bullhead City?
Well, I haven't talked to Lake Havasu or Bullhead because they're not part of the magnet sites, but I need to go talk to them later. But Bullhead's, Colorado City and Kingman is very in support because we've got magnet sites with them.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Lingenfelter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Tammy. Rural economic development is always going to be far more challenging than it is in the metro areas. I know that there are already several of these FTZ sites down in the valley. There's foreign trade zone sites in Henderson and Vegas and, West Jordan, Utah, and in some of those places. And those are really our competitors here in Mojave County when we're looking at growing our tax base and our private businesses and the job creators. So I think this is a good thing for Mojave County as far as just another puzzle piece to make us even more competitive as you go out and do your job and you try to grow current existing companies and recruit new companies to come in. I think that we already have a lot to be proud of with our primary property tax rate being the 3rd lowest in the state and competitive regulatory environment and all these other things that are important to employers. But I think this is just going to be another puzzle piece that's going to be something that we can offer to all of the businesses. And thinking about District 1, and we know that the Rancho Santa Fe project, that interchange that the city of Kingman is going for, that the bids, I think ADOT are bringing the bids back early September.
Mm-hmm.
And when that's all constructed, I think the biggest benefactor is going to be Mojave County, because we're going to have all those new property taxes from the East Bench of Kingman, whether it's industrial or residential or commercial. But I think this is a good program to jump onto.
Thank you. In fact, with just working with the city, Colorado City, we have a couple companies looking to come in just because of foreign trade zone. They wouldn't have those options otherwise because there isn't anything in St. George or Cedar City or anything in that area. We have one company right now getting ready to write a letter of support and saying, yes, we want to utilize this in White Hills. So it's already starting to generate business that we wouldn't have had otherwise.
Supervisor Gould?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Director Ursenbaugh, you said, so there's a 60-mile, you have to be 60 miles from a port of entry.
Or 90 minutes.
or 90 minutes, and that's why. So the 90 minutes that doesn't get you into Kingman, but it gets you into White Hills.
Yes.
So then you can hopscotch from White Hills to the other locations. Okay. Do you have an estimate of what the cost will be to set this up?
I do not have that full cost yet. We're getting close, but I don't have those full numbers yet.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Supervisor Johnson?
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Tammy, to go on his question, so who would pay this startup fee?
I will find out from the consultants exactly what that looks like, and they're online, so we probably need to ask them. What we're trying to do is get the startups from the businesses that pay and you get them to start paying, but I don't know the original, what that looks like. So online, Shane, do you have that information?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Could you introduce
by
yourself,
startup
please?
fee? Yes, this is Shane Williams. I am managing director for Ernst & Young that is helping with the grant of designation from the Foreign Trade Zone Board for Mojave County. By startup fee, are you meaning any fees from the Department of Commerce for this to get started?
Correct.
I didn't.
There's no fee from the federal government. Once we submit the application and all of that, the federal government will not have any fee on top of it for the application. So it is just a matter of having the documents in line and correct, and them being willing for it to be part of the designation, and Customs being willing to serve.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Sir, I'm sure you have a fee.
We do, yes. And we submitted for the RFP that was out there that had our work to be done with a level to not go above 70,000. So that's what our fee was. But no fee outside of that by the Customs or the Department of Commerce.
Thank you, sir. Madam Chairman.
Yeah. Are you done?
Yield.
Okay. Anyone else?
Madam Chair, I would just be curious if we do have the consultant on the line, if they could just sort of give a brief overview of the remaining steps
Remaining steps?
of establishing these, yes.
Jane, could you hear that?
Yes, I can. I'm happy to do so. We have gotten most of the initial application that goes to the Department of Commerce completed. It consists of the economic justification, kind of mapping out these magnet sites. That is one step we're left to complete, is to draw a little bit of a better map on these magnet sites, but that should be done quickly. Then we have to get Customs to sign off on serving the area. We went over a little bit that there's that 60-90. We have a call set up. We officially submitted to the Customs to talk to us about looking at it. We will talk to them once that's complete, and we get some more of these letters from different companies saying that they would want to participate in the foreign trade zone. We will submit the initial document to the Department of Commerce. We don't have an exact date. I would say September, early September, we'd like to submit that to the Department of Commerce. And then it's just a matter of them coming back and forth. We initially wanted to be done in the first quarter of next year, getting an approval from the Department of Commerce. We're still hopeful that that's the timeline, but that's dependent on, Customs getting back to us, any initial questions they may have. But we're 75% of the way done on the initial application that will be submitted to the Department of Commerce. Just those maps, letter from Customs, and any additional companies that would like to participate in the initial application to be completed.
Madam Chair.
Please.
And Tammy, I think I heard you state that there are there's some maintenance costs that go into this, and your intent is to have our participating industries that are benefiting from the Foreign Trade Zone program to help chip in and contribute to those maintenance costs that are ongoing.
That's exactly true. And I was going to have those here today, but when I had to submit all the paperwork, I was out of town. and we were having internet problems, so I didn't have access to those, but I will have to bring that back to another board meeting, but they're minimal.
Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, anyone else?
Madam
Thank
Chair.
you. Yes, Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Erzenbach, can you tell me why we've picked Colorado City? The other locations are close to airport and they're close to rail and close to major transportation. I can't imagine putting a business that has to rely on, obviously, it'd be ground transportation. I mean, there could be some out of the Colorado City airport, but that would mean they'd have to have their own planes. Why would a company want to locate up there?
We have 3 companies that are in the Utah market that want to be in a foreign trade zone that the city or people locally in the Colorado City area have gone to recruiting prior to this, and they said that they would come to that area if there was a foreign trade zone. So they've got the plane there. They can fly in and out to where they need to go.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, with that, we will bring item 41 up. And this is the discussion, possible action to approve the adoption of Board of Supervisor Resolution Number 2024-167, authorize the submission of an application to the Foreign Trade Zones Board, United States Department of Commerce, for the right to establish, operate, maintain a foreign trade zone and subzones within Mojave County.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to thank Director Ersenbach and Economic Development for her work. Is there anybody signed up to speak?
Yeah.
Okay.
James Jones, and then Becky Foster.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is James Jones, sovereign here in Kingman. I'm against the globalist agenda set forth by this Board of Supervisors in Resolutions 2024-167. I demand that the cease and desist all actions in favor of the Foreign Trade Zone. Haley Tariff Act passed by Republicans was a law that implemented protectionist trade policies in the United States. The League of Nations World Economic Conference met at Geneva in 1927, concluding in its final report, the time has come to put an end to tariffs and to move in the opposite direction, which we are now, the United States. Are we here to agree with this and serve the globalist? The U.S. Foreign Trade Zone program was created by the Foreign Trade Zone Act of 1934. The Foreign Trade Zone Act was created to expedite and encourage foreign commerce in the United States. Globalist critics say that embracing economic self-sufficiency goes against the principles of globalization and free trade because globalists demand international free trade. This is absolutely true because free trade is not fair trade. As members of the America First Committee, it is crucial for us to understand the implications of being economically self-sufficient. We have an interconnected world where multi-corporations dominate global markets, and it is easy to overlook the importance of self-reliance. America First must become the national thought and worldview. America First must control the state. Have an America First Day.
Thank you. Becky Foster.
Good morning, Board. I'm Becky Foster. I will live in Kingman. I'm opposed to this, and I think that you need to determine the additional cost of hiring more employees. The county is understaffed. The employees are overworked from what we heard during the budget hearings. And so what is going to be the additional cost of hiring employees to perform the day-to-day operations of the FTZ zone? Is there an application fee? Yes, there is an application fee. From what my research shows, there's a $2,500 application fee. Who's going to prepare the application? I assume the consultant that you're working with, or Ms. Ersenbach is working with. Will there be consultation fees? I guess $70,000 if I heard it right. Who's going to pay for that? It says it's going to bring in more taxes. How is this figured? How do you get to that? From my research, usually there is a decrease in tax revenue in these zones. And I'm sorry, I'm having to look at my notes here. And this zone takes in virtually all of Mojave County. How do you do that? It's just an entire county. The ultimate authority over foreign trade zones will be the federal bureaucracies. There's a board, a national board, and that consists of the, I think it's some bureaucrats, the Department of Commerce chairman, and the Secretary of the Treasurer and designated alternates. Free trade zones, of course, have to be within, as they said earlier, within 90-minute drive or 50 miles of the border. And so I guess maybe that's the reason you want to, whoever wants to include the entire county. I don't see any upsides of this for Mojave County. I think there will be a decrease in revenue, and there will be increased costs for staff doing the day-to-day operations. And I would like to know who Ernst & Young's clients are. And are they proposing to utilize their service for the FTZ application in future services? And what costs will that be? And also, will the Communist Chinese Party be allowed to participate in the FTZ? They have between 1 and 9 subsidiaries of the Communist Party in Arizona as of 2021. I'm sure there are more. Thank you.
Thank you. Come up for a second, maybe at least answer about, and I think you did earlier, but reiterate who's going to pay for it, which I believe are the companies paying the fee, and that will pay for whatever.
The way that we have it set up at this point, that's exactly right. The companies will pay a fee, and like I said, I don't remember what that is, but I can get that, and I will be bringing that fee back to the board. But it's about like $8,000 a year. They'll have a certain amount of money that they have to pay to get into, to be part, and an application fee as well. But it's my office that will oversee it at first. Obviously, we don't have anything here. So overseeing zero isn't going to take a lot of staff, and it will build over time until it can financially take care of itself. We will come back and report to the board everything that happens, the budget, everything that goes into this process. It'll all be reported. And yes, the reason we did the whole county is because everyone that has a business here should be able to utilize the foreign trade zone. If they do, they shouldn't have to relocate their business just to a certain area in the county. We want to make this available for everyone in the county.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Director Ursenbaugh. So is the intent of the fee to the private businesses to cover any county staff time?
It is.
On this project also, and continuing expenses of that?
That's exactly right. And when she talked about lowering the property tax, it's true. The property tax will lower, but at this point, we're taking bare land and making it into a business. I don't have any current business at this point that's asked to be part of the foreign trade zone. So we're not going to lose any taxes. We're only going to gain by bringing in businesses. They're going to build, they're going to bring capital investment, new jobs, everything's going to be here. We will bring in more taxes than what we currently have.
Why would the property taxes go down?
That's part of this federal program.
You didn't mention that to us.
I apologize.
So how to explain that for me?
Shane, can you talk about that?
Yeah, in Arizona, the federal program only covers the tariffs as we Tammy covered, but in Arizona there's a property tax benefit that was passed by the state legislature years ago, and what it does is it takes the building classification to a Class 6 building if it's in a active authorized foreign trade zone. Changes the classification of the building, so lowers the property tax because it goes from Class 1 to Class 6.
Interesting.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
To build on that, Tammy, and to your consultants. So while it might lower the property tax burden of a business that moves in that wasn't here before, if they hire or bring with them, let's say 50 employees, those employees are going to need to go out and hopefully they'll buy homes. And each one of those homes does generate new property tax revenues.
That's
Is that correct?
They're going to shop at our stores. They're
So-
going to, yes, exactly.
So I think we have to be careful not to oversimplify, because there's a calculation that goes into every one of these, right?
And
And when you boil it down, this is just a new tool in your economic development toolbox that you can go out and offer to new companies or existing
Correct.
companies to keep
correct.
growing.
And it's only going to go to those businesses that utilize it. It's not everybody in the whole county, just the businesses that utilize it. And again, if they qualify, businesses come in, may not even want to utilize it because it may not pay for them. If they're too small and they feel like $8,000 a year is too much to invest, and the duties coming in and out aren't worth it, then they're not going to participate anyway. So like I said, currently I haven't found one company that is interested yet in utilizing, so we're not going to lose any taxes. We're actually going to benefit on raising the taxes of their land to an actual company that's sitting there and being built out.
Okay. Supervisor Bishop?
Thank you, Chairman Angus. Cami, I see this as increasing economic development for the entire county, but specifically for these 4 targeted areas, and better paying jobs. That means more rooftops, better roads, improvement in almost all areas. If we can recruit companies that can take advantage of this from the Los Angeles, Las Vegas, Phoenix area, I think we all benefit from that. So I would be in support of the foreign trade zone for the entire county, but specifically these 4 target areas.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I make one more comment? Just one last question. So one of the areas is the I-40 corridor, correct? And correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, you have the employers like the proving grounds and other industries in the industrial park where they get a percentage of their workforce from the Havasu area and that area, and then a percentage from Kingman area. It's not just all from Kingman.
It is not.
You know, sort of just roughly what last time I heard it was maybe like almost close to 50-50 from, some are coming from this way and 50% were coming from this way. Is that
That's
not true?
correct. Well, and just last week I had a company call and was interested in utilizing the foreign trade zone as a subzone out of Yucca. So they could be anywhere. They'll be able to utilize this. But it's a company that's looking at several hundred acres and wants to build.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Thank you, Tammy. So now we are back to 41. I didn't get a motion yet, did I? Okay. So I need a motion to approve the adoption of the Board of Supervisors Resolution number 2024-167.
Chairman Angus, motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Okay, we need a motion second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
I believe it's 4-1. Motion carries. All right, now we're going to go back. That was a very interesting morning. Thank you, everybody, for being patient. We have the call to public now. I'm opening it up. A public body may make an open call to public during a public meeting, subject to reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. We all know the drill. Let's start with Mr. Scotty McClure. And after Scotty, we have Sean Regan, and then Armin Stang.
Scotty from Bullhead. I'm going to start with stolen valor in this room. I remember when we got that bucket of bolts, that howitzer down there at our memorial. Steve D'Amico, our great mayor, it was put in the paper that he was a Vietnam veteran. And I remember coming to you, Hildy, to ask him to retract that statement. He's gotten up there, I'm a veteran, I swear I'd die for my country and all this bullshit. Excuse my foul language.
No foul language.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. Why is the mayor allowed to do this? Yeah, I made front page again. Anyway, he has never retracted that. That is stolen valor that he's been using as a Vietnam veteran, and I'm pissed about that. I'm livid over that. And for some reason, he was in the Army for 6 years. 4 years in the regular Army, 13 months over in Germany. And then 2 years in the National Guard. It came time to re-enlist. Guess what? They would not let him re-enlist because he couldn't make sergeant. They kicked him out. And he's thumping his chest over there as the mayor. I guess George Santos ain't here today, so whatever. And he supported the new guy that's going to be sitting in your seat. And you supported him all this time. He's stolen valor all the way. And I'm going to repeat this tomorrow night at the Bullhead City meeting if he doesn't kick me out again. Now, you've got somebody here. Oh, when is MEC number 41 or whatever? When do they have to go back to planning and zoning? Why can't they just keep not having this to the public? Because a lot of people went down to the Indian reservation in Needles there and had a big talk, and now they've got it canceled again. What's going on with this? They should have to go back to planning and zoning then. Start all over. And you have another person, Sharon Hagan. She's lost her daughter here recently, and she was thrown out of the meeting there at Bullhead. There ought to be a grand jury investigation on this, Ryan Esplin, the way she was treated. My Facebook lit up like you wouldn't believe, and it was all comments on the way this jackass Steve D'Amico, Mayor, a.k.a. Mayor Biden, treated her. I'm going to ask you, Hildy, to maybe give her a little bit more time than the 3 minutes. I've never asked that before. But she needs an explanation why her daughter was just buried. You know, it's just unbelievable.
Thank you very much. Sean Regan, then Armin Stang, then Kenny Works.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Sean Regan, and I'm President and Director currently of Mutt Matchers and Friends, and I'm also the Director of Arizona Veteran Canine Services. We recently merged with Mutt Matchers and Friends because the current President and Director wanted to retire. Since taking over, we've acquired 21 dogs, and we are in desperate need of community support and support of this body. I'm here to put the word out. We do more than just train dogs for service members and veterans. We also have a Gold Star Child Foundation, which gives a Gold Star child, a child that has lost their parent to war, a Kids Day, usually at an amusement park of their choice. It's pretty enjoyable for them to just let their cares and stress go away. And it's a break we have seen make a difference. They gave their parents to our country, the freedom for our country, and we need to let them know that the sacrifice of their parent matters. And we give them a day to remember, make friends with other Gold Star children around the country, and we show they're not alone and we have their six. So much comes from losing a parent in war. It's a crisis and one we can't ignore. The mental health alone is very painful and often lonely. Stuck in the mindset, we find this break from day-to-day struggles to overcome by laughter, smiles, and memories. I know their parents would be grateful to see their pain healed and a lifetime of memories made. So yes, this endeavor is expensive, but it can be shared by all of us as we give them a gift of love and show them that they are special and we do care and we are grateful for their sacrifice. Moving on to the second part of our service, we look after veterans who are suffering from PTSD, or in my case, it's PTSI. It's more of an injury than a disorder. This is a permanent thing. It's a permanent war injury, and we match not only service members with the canines, but we also want to look after them. A lot of them, we go in and check, and we pay extra close attention to those ones that are showing significant signs of struggle. What we like to do is put together a kind of a morning breakfast, if you will, to try to get only service members together with other service members and make sure they're okay. We do this by creating an open environment from a local business that would like to share in this cost. The veterans come in and we have our time and they get looked after. If we find that there's additional resources that need to be made, we go after that. Should I continue or?
No, that's it. Thank you, Sean.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your time.
Armin Stang, and then Kenny Works. If I call your name, please come down so we can get through this. And then Philip Robinson.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Stang of Port Mojave, aka the German. You abated the Messner property, and it's turning to another junkyard again. He's dragging shit in every night, dragging stuff in every night, and he has another motorhome sitting at 4359 where someone is living in. And you're trying to abate the Roseberry property. He is distributing his junk all over the neighborhood now, so it doesn't get taken away from him. I think code enforcement needs a different direction to approach this stuff. They need to have a system, not, oh, we need to be more compassionate. No, there's no compassion. I'm fresh out of it again. And I make it a project to complain about it every time you have a meeting here, till I get what I want. And it's not only me, it's my other neighbors too. They complain to code enforcement, and they get told compassion. We are working on Roseberry since what? March, April? That's way too long. The guy gets extensions, and he still lives in a motorhome on a vacant lot. Why? Shouldn't be that way. All right, thank you.
So we have Kenny Works, then Philip Robinson, and then Carolyn Strecker.
Kenny Works, Yucca, Arizona. About 6 months ago, a candidate for state senate came to this body and expressed in a contrite tone of voice, leaving the Democrat Party and running for the Senate spot as an independent. Well, Miss Morgaine has changed her mind. Now she's running as a Democrat. Which is it? Are you contrite, or are you proud of what the Democrats have done to us? What they've done to me, they've pretty much killed my sister. She just couldn't get by on her Social Security, and the Depression pretty much killed her. The rampant inflation that you've caused, Democrats. Here's a picture of the ones running for these spots here that you're all sitting at. And Corporation Commission as well. I don't know why anyone would feel pride in what they've done to us here in the last 3.5 years. How's that possible? Somehow there's a misconnect on what's proper, what's right, what's wrong. And the Democrats don't seem to have any contriteness at all in their makeup. It is a mistake to make propaganda many-sided, like scientific instruction, for instance. The receptivity of the great masses is very limited. Their intelligence is small, but their power of forgetting is enormous. In consequences, if these facts, all effective propaganda must be limited to a very few points and must harp on these slogans until the last member of the public understands what you want them to understand by your slogan. That's what they've been up to. As soon as you sacrifice this slogan and try to be many-sided, the effect will piddle away, for the crowd can neither digest nor retain the material offered. In this way, the result is weakened and in the end entirely canceled out. The broad mass of a nation does not consist of diplomats or even professors of political law, or even individuals capable of forming a rational opinion. It consists of plain mortals wavering and inclined to doubt and uncertainty.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Philip Robinson, then Carolyn Strecker, then Chuck DeShazer.
Morning, board. My name's Philip Robinson, Golden Valley. I'm back up here again to complain my grievance against my government. Jeannie Kench, she's a fraud, flat out. She steals taxpayers' money by going in a SUV on personal time. That's not right. My second grievance is staff from planning and zoning. We had our general plan out in the valley about a month ago, I guess it was now. I got with that staff member that was in charge there, and he told me, I asked him why in the last 30 years and 2 economic developments, Gene Bishop was at one of them, everybody in that auditorium at the fire station, the training center, if you all don't know about it, I asked him how come it's never been brought to Golden Valley, 1 acre that we're demanding to be put in the general plan. He told me, and it's not a lie, I wished I would have recorded it, they combined Kingman and Golden Valley, which is wrong. We don't want nothing to do with Kingman, period. Next, you were at this one during our lawsuit, GBID lawsuit. That staff member lied on stand. You should remember that. Where's the accountability of these people? Who authorized planning and zoning to combine Kingman and Golden Valley? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Carolyn Strecker, then Chuck DeShazer, and then Glenda Webb.
Good morning. My first thing I wanted to bring up was just asking, I have reached out to all of the board's offices. The only 2 I just haven't gotten a response from. I would like to get a meeting with Supervisor Bishop and Supervisor Johnson's office with concerns about the MEC power plant and rezoning. I have called Supervisor Bishop's office this morning for your assistant, Miss Linda Owens. So I'm hoping to hear back from her this afternoon. And then later on this week, I will be reaching out to Supervisor Johnson's office as well. The second thing I wanted to bring up, this was just from outstanding from last month's meeting. I know it was brought up. Thank you, Scotty. Yes, I was in Milwaukee, but I still watched the Board of Supervisors meeting, and my concern is I do have concerns about what I feel are double standards of our government. Yes, the Board of Supervisors is a government platform for the public to come forward, but I feel as though there's some rules for thee, but not for me. including infringement on our First Amendment rights. When we do have publicly elected officials who set the bar of expectations and precedent, but then we, the public, are being told with vocabulary words how devolved we are, or that we're getting threatened that our mics are going to be cut off. This is very concerning for me. It's really embarrassing. We have the mayor of Bullhead City who is now cursing back at citizens. And this is very concerning, what I consider devolved behavior from our publicly elected officials. So I think as Mojave County Board of Supervisors, it is your responsibility to speak to whoever it may be, whether it's your mayors, whether it's your future replacements, and to remember that we do have First Amendment rights, but we are the Board of Supervisors is still not a private entity. You don't have rules such as Section 230 that protects the ability to cut us off or repress us. So that's all I have for today, but I'll be back in 2 weeks.
Thank you. Chuck DeShazer, Glenda Webb, and then Wayne Hollins.
Hello, I'm Chuck DeShazer from Topak. Today I'm here again to ask you to create some sort of oversight committee for development services, because the further I get into asking them questions and stuff, the more childlike they become. If you look at what I've put up here on the screen, it's part of what was given for item 42 at last Board of Supervisors meeting, and it's a spreadsheet for automation fees and the various parts of their department. And you'll notice on there that there's zeros going all the way across for software, when we were told at the last meeting that the software was costing us up to $300,000 for Alexa, which Mr. Lingenfelter said was the Cadillac of software. And there's zeros on the software that they've got on this sheet. When confronted with this, I was told that this is a spreadsheet that they just kind of fill in wherever they feel like, because it was developed by Christine Ballard that was last seen about 9-10 years ago, I believe. And they haven't updated this, so they're just kind of filling it in as need be, but they're not even utilizing it the way it's meant to be. On top of that, I put in a Freedom of Information request on the various permits that have been pulled, and they get back to me and say, of the RV permits that have been pulled over the past 3 years, we've dropped from 500 and some to 309, a 60% decrease in the RV permits in Mojave County, which I don't believe should exist in the first place. But they couldn't give me a breakdown of which ones were new and which ones were renewals, because they don't have software that can break it down. You have to go through a list of 309 and figure out from the fees what is here or there. And on top of that, they're saying the drop in the 60% has to do with Laura Scoble being over here as your clerk now, because she was responsible for sending out the renewals on the RV permits, and nobody's been doing that since. So I'm just asking that you get some sort of oversight committee on these individuals that don't seem to know what they're doing for their job. When I was in the Navy, it was dereliction of duty. I guess you guys call it malfeasance. Thank you.
Thank you. Glenda Webb, and then Wayne Hollins.
Hello. Madam Chair and members of the board, I'm asking all of you to vote no on changing the zoning boards in Mojave, or the zoning area in Mojave Valley, to heavy MX manufacturing zone to put in the peaker power plant. Mojave County has a large land mass. If you want to change zoning, put it into an area that has no homes. This is the type of zoning that puts in very large plants that have challenging issues. If you want Okay, you would not want to change the zoning near your home. So why do you want to change the zoning by my home and everybody else in Mojave Valley? So God bless and have a nice.
Thank you, Glenda.
Wayne Hollins, Golden Valley, Chairman and Supervisors. When the last time I discussed about unsecured loads and untarped loads, well, the other day coming down 68 heading towards Kingman, I look up there, brake lights and cars going all different directions. Some unsecured load fell off. It looked like the size of a washing machine. Was in the left lane, the hand truck in the right lane, the guy who lost the load on the side of the road, and stuff scattered from one side to the other. And he's out there dodging traffic, trying to get that stuff picked up. One day, we'll be having a funeral because of that. And in my other areas, got the report for the race, monthly report in July. Makes it look like they're not getting much accomplished. We got, in July, no felonies and 1 misdemeanor prosecution requested, with 14 for the year, and 5-day notices, 1 with a total of 27 for the year. And I know they do a lot more work than that. And part of that reason why there's a low number there is because of the cactus cleaners. We report a dump site out there. It's out there for a couple, 3 weeks. The bags are getting torn open by the animals. The wind's blowing the stuff. We go out and pick it up to find out erase haven't completed their investigation yet. So we've actually lowered the number that they can even attempt to prosecute because it took so long to get anything done on it. And I know some of the guys are getting kind of upset with that. So we don't want to keep the prosecution from happening. We want actually more of them. And there's been, in my view, more dumping in the last year. It seems like there's an uptick in that. So so far we've did 90,000 pounds of trash since the beginning of the year, and about 13,000 pounds of tires that we've cleaned up from the desert, not only in Golden Valley, but Kingman area. I know before we talked about forming a task force where we got a prosecutor, we got erase, we got code enforcement there to have a task force to investigate and prosecute those cases. And I think we need to look at that again because what we're doing is not working. We made a new regulation. I asked a couple months ago, is it working? Nobody's ever said anything, so I'm assuming it's not working because number one.
Thank you, Mr. Hollins.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else wish to speak? To call the public. Anyone? Seeing none, I'm going to close the call to public. On to the consent agenda. The following items listed on the consent agenda will be considered as a group and acted upon by one motion with no separate discussion of said items unless a board member so requests. In that event, the item will be removed from the consent agenda for separate discussion and action. That's items 5 through 28. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Items 20 and 21.
Okay. Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Madam Chair, nothing this morning.
Supervisor Bishop. Nothing. Supervisor Johnson.
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Okay, I have a few people have requested items 16. We got 20 and 21, 20 and 27. So I need a motion to approve 5 through 28 minus 16, 20, 21, and 27.
Chairman Angus, I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 16. This is approve the utilization of the Arizona State contract for new vehicle purchases 16. Somebody, I think, asked to take this out. Wayne Hollins. Could have had you just stay down here. Yeah.
Wayne Hollins, Golden Valley. Trying to read the backup material online is darn near impossible because it's so blurry you can't make out what it's saying. So it'd be great if we could be able to read it and do that. My question would be on the vehicles and the $237,000 that's being forced to the highway user revenue fund. How are they going to enhance our thing? I don't know what kind of vehicles they are. Obviously, they're not a road grader or something like that. So, how that money improving the roads? We've got a lot of roads out there that are not being maintained. That $237,000 would go a long ways to maintain them. And maintain them, we're not maintaining, we're grading. If we were maintaining, we would keep them to the same standard as they was when we got them accepted into the maintenance system. So that's my question on that. What good was we doing?
Thank you. Mr. Elters, do you have a quick explanation about that?
Madam Chair and board members, I would defer to either Steve or Tara to provide a specific explanation.
Tara, you want to take a stab at it?
Madam Chair, it's Steve Latosky, Public Works Director. Mojave County Public Works, its road division consists of about over 90 employees. These are replacement pickup trucks for purposes of transporting our employees to various job sites, as well as the trucks range from F-250s, which are more just for crew transport, all the way up to F-550s, which allow us to transport certain road materials to the job sites, as well as haul small equipment. So the purposes of these vehicle procurements are specifically in accordance with our vehicle replacement program, to replace vehicles that have both reached their mileage threshold as well as their age. So again, this is mainly for transporting our crews to the job sites.
Okay, so you're saying that these new vehicles are all attached some way to maintaining our roads?
Madam Chair, members of the board, absolutely. It allows us to transport our personal resources to various job sites for road maintenance, repair, etc. And these are just vehicles, pickup trucks that are replacing pickup trucks.
Okay. Well, thank you. Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Latosky.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Bishop?
Mr. Lukowski, these vehicles are being purchased under state contract, is that correct?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Bishop, that is correct.
And are these competitive prices, or are we paying government prices, which is above and beyond what a civilian could purchase the same vehicle for? And I'm asking this because a constituent has asked me that question. So I thought maybe you or Tara could explain that to the ones watching this morning.
So Chairman Angus, if I may, Supervisor Bishop, these are competitively awarded contracts by the state of Arizona. And the vehicles that are being contemplated specifically for HERF, 2 of them are actually available now. We'll be able to place the order and take delivery fairly quickly. They're the FY24 models. I'm looking, actually all 3 of them, are HERF funded. Of the HERF funded purchases are 2024 vehicles. So yes, the state went through a competitive process. Over the last few years, we've been using state cooperative contracts because the likelihood of us being able to get an order in time is much higher than if we go through our own competitive bid process.
And local dealers in Mojave County are eligible to apply for to be a vendor for the state contract?
Yeah, local dealers could submit. They tend to go to fleet government fleet type vehicles, so they probably are not going to be competitive with the groups that exist in the Phoenix area. I will say, even when we go out to bid, they're rarely competitive. When we go out to bid for the last few years, we just have not been able to secure anyone that would be willing to commit to holding a price and delivering within the time frame that we need them to deliver within.
Okay, yeah, I do understand that. In fact, I hand delivered some of the paperwork to local dealers, trying to encourage them to get involved and become a vendor on the state contract, and it was just not something they were interested in. So I just wanted to bring that up and remind everyone that we would welcome local vendors, but they have to want to do it.
When we get to a state that the market is stable enough, we would like to go back out to where we are soliciting on our own. And with our smaller purchase, they're more likely to be able to compete. Unfortunately, with those state awarded contracts, you need to have fleet available. You need to be able to order in large quantities, and that's just not an option for many of the local dealers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's been my experience as well when I speak to local vendors. Not to mention the headache of all the paperwork and bureaucracy. Okay, item 16. I need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 20, sitting as the Board of Directors of the Mojave County Library District, allow the Library District to authorize financial services to budget project code 2165 in the library's book budget in the amount of $8,091.67 in order for the library to order the replacement library materials, books, that were damaged. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just need an explanation of what we're doing here.
Madam
Thank you,
Chair.
Supervisor Gold.
Go ahead,
Jake
Wendy.
Barrelero, Library Director, is out today. And so he just wanted me to make sure you understood that this was due to some work that was done by Mercury Air in the ceiling. Part of it failed and there was a leak right over some of our nonfiction books in the Kingman building. Mercury Air paid to replace those. And that money somehow did not get carried over from last year's fiscal budget to this year's fiscal budget.
Okay, any questions?
So do we know where the check went?
Supervisor Gold, thank you. Go
Wendy,
ahead.
Let me jump in and help out. Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisor Gould. As you heard from Wendy, there was a leak that caused damage to books and items in the library. The contractor not only repaired the damage, but reimbursed the county for the contractor repaired the leak and then reimbursed the county for damaged item as a result of the leak. That check was deposited. What the department is asking here to do is just to move it from FY24 to FY25. We have the check, the money is in the account, but it did not get rolled over into FY25 during our budget process, and I think it was because the deposit took place after that. So all we're asking is to roll it from FY24 to FY25.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, any other questions? We have Chuck DeShazer. Did that answer your question, though? Okay.
Chuck DeShazer, Topak, Arizona. The question I had on this was, you know, we've already been through this back in April, if I understand this correctly, that there was a check that was presented for the damaged books and somehow it went somewhere. My understanding is that the library director had an account all set up. How does money just disappear out of an account, you know, that it doesn't get used or rolled over? I'm not an accountant or anything, but I do have a memo, again, from Christine Ballard saying that there were checks stapled to things over at Development Services and filed away, and the county's lost thousands of dollars.
Let's keep this on the library.
I would like to see that there's proof that, you know, there's money not just evaporating out of accounts here, or that it actually got deposited. I don't see how money
Mr.
can just...
Mr. DeShazer, I think that was answered. He said it's the same money. This item is just to roll it over.
Yeah, but the account's there, and Jake can't get to it, so he had to put it back on. Why couldn't he just make a phone call to the finance department and say, hey, where's my money?
Madam Chair, board members, my answer does not change. We received the money. We deposited in the bank. It did not get rolled over from FY25. It's a common practice for us. Funds that are approved in FY24 by the board for FY24, if they're not spent, we come back to the board and ask for authorization to spend them in FY25. That's all we're doing. This money is going to go back and buy books and other items that to replace the damaged ones.
It didn't disappear into thin air. It was there. They're just asking to roll it over.
Madam Chair, board members, it never was not accounted for. It's been in the account, and all we're asking the board is to roll it from one fiscal year to the next.
Very good. Thank you. I need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 21, our treasurer, Sue Ann Mello, asked me to take this out. And it is approve the over-the-counter sale of unsold tax deed parcels.
Yes, good morning, Chairwoman and Supervisors. And Supervisor Gold, if you have any questions after we explain it, we're happy to answer those for you. So you just wanted me to explain it. So what we were thinking about doing is taking any of the parcels that were left over from the tax deed sale and selling them over the counter at the clerk of the board's office. By doing that, it gets them back on the tax roll, future revenue, tax money coming in. So we had Paul Gentry, our special projects manager, and his team and the clerk of the board come up with a way that we think that we can do that. And I'm going to let Paul explain it.
All right. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you, Treasurer Mello, for that overview. So what we're looking to do here, each year we have our tax deed sale. At the conclusion of the tax deed sale, we have parcels that either, one, they failed to receive a bid, or two, they received a bid or bids, but the winning bidder failed to make payment. So the question then that we've had over the years then is, we'd like to be able to do something with these parcels instead of just keeping them on the state of Arizona list and then rolling them over to the next tax deed sale. And so what we would like to do is be able to offer these parcels for purchase over the counter. Now, what we're looking at doing with this then, we're looking to do a bid process. And what this bid process would look like then would be from April 15th through November 30th, these parcels would be available to receive bid. Now, the reason why we chose those dates is those dates are in line with tax lien investors. They can purchase tax liens over the counter through April 15th through November 30th. So just to reduce confusion and just kind of keep it as easy for everyone to understand, we're looking to keep those dates. And those dates really are in line with the tax deed sale as well. That would give us enough time to generate the list and get everything updated so that these parcels could become available. And then the conclusion of November 30th would be so that any parcels that aren't picked up through this over-the-counter process would then be made available again at the upcoming tax deed sale. So what we're looking at doing with this bid process, then we've already had an auction at this point, and so we're not looking to replicate the auction. What we would then do is accept bids. And this is a process where it would be one bid could be submitted. We're not looking to get a bid and then someone gets outbid, so another bid has to come in and then so forth. It's a one bid opportunity. So someone, a member of the public, could submit a bid, and then if no other bids are received by the end of that month, that bid would be the bid that would then go before the board for approval following month. Now, if multiple bids are received in that same month, the highest bid that we receive would then go forward to the board the following month for the board's approval. And then if there's a scenario where multiple bids are received and the highest bid is the same across the board, the bid that was received first would be the bid that would go before the board for approval. Now, what we're looking to do to establish just a minimum bid, the minimum bid we're looking to establish would be either the minimum of the full cash value or the total amount owed plus a $40 processing fee, just as long as all the foreclosure costs are covered with this. That's a kind of a measure that we've utilized in some other areas with this, and we really think that it is a good measure to continue to use with this process as well. And so then pending board approval, if the purchase offer then is approved, then a quick claim deed would be issued transferring ownership from the state of Arizona to the winning bidder. And then also if there are any remaining taxes owed, then those would be abated. Account would be brought to zero.
Any questions, Supervisor Gould?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There's no process. You mentioned if someone was bidding on a tax lien and they never paid for the lien that they won, that there's not a process to go to the second highest bidder?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Gould, so there has been a process before. It's one of those things with the tax deed sale. If we choose to elect that process, that we can do that. We did not do that this year just because there were so many parcels, and it pushes our timeline back if we then extend the opportunity to the second highest bidder. And so what we're looking at doing with the next auction, there will be significantly fewer parcels that will go to the next tax deed sale auction. We are looking to bring that option back so that the second highest bidder could make purchase if the first winning bidder fails to make purchase. So that is an option, and we are looking at adding that again the next.
That's a great idea. But what we're talking about today is the direct sale of the property, not the sale of a tax lien, correct?
That's correct.
So that would be the people would be buying these properties outright.
You are correct.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? You have anything?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. We have a motion.
Second.
Hearing a motion second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. Item 27, to approve $1.6 million in District 3 America ARPA funds for the purpose of replacing the Site 6 fishing pier at Lake Havasu. Chris Rodarty signed up to speak. You're usually over there. Just looking over there.
Chris Rodarty, Mojave County taxpayer. I oppose item 27, and here's why. Imagine, if you will, a county government so intent on keeping the COVID lie going that it would continue to spend that unconstitutional ARPA cash, this time $1.6 million, on pet construction projects, this time for the replacement of a fishing pier in Lake Havasu. For those of us in the audience who haven't read the backup material, I'll read a portion of it for you, and I quote, "The public health emergency caused by COVID-19 had devastating effects upon the physical and mental health of everyone. The replacement of the Site 6 fishing pier addresses the public health emergency caused by COVID-19 by improving the physical and mental health of the members of the Lake Havasu City community. The pier is an outdoor space open 24 hours a day that allows people to recreate, fish, release stress, and connect with the outdoors. It will help people with their recovery from the illnesses and negative effects of COVID-19. The pier provides a space that promotes healthier living environments, which helps to mitigate the harm caused by COVID-19. This makes me feel all warm and fuzzy, but here's my favorite part. The pier also provides sufficient space for persons to socially distance themselves while recreating." Well, something sure smells fishy here, don't you think? They're right. The public health emergency, as declared by the state and county, did have a devastating impact. Businesses closed, churches closed, face mask enforcement, schools closed, forced jabs, all of that and more resulted in mass devastation. So the very government responsible for the problem swoops in with COVID cash to save us. And as we've been told, as it states in the backup material to item 27, you lose it, use it or you lose it, Mojave County. Be sure to spend it before someone else does, or you could do the right thing and return the money. I know of one county who did this. All of this ARPA spending has me wondering, what would have happened if the COVID pandemic hadn't occurred with the subsequent government cheese dole out? How could Mojave County pay for a new pier then? Like I said, something sure smells fishy here.
Thank you, Chris.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Darty, do you know the county that sent their money back? Here in Arizona. Interesting. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. I need a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Johnson.
if there are no other questions from the board, I make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. That's it for the consent agenda. Does anyone need a 5-minute or 10-minute break?
Sure.
Yeah, you want, we take that? Yeah, okay. Let's make it 10 minutes and then we'll come back.
Okay, if you return to your seats, please, we're going to resume the meeting. Okay, this is time for public hearings. 29 has been removed. Number 30, discussion. I'm going to open the public hearing. Discussion and possible action to approve the adoption of Board of Supervisor Resolution 2024-164 for the extinguishment of a portion of a parcel. Anyone? No one signed up to speak? Anyone here like to speak to item 30? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Do we have Supervisor Johnson still on the line with us? Okay. Item 31, I'm going to open the public hearing. Discussion possible action to approve the adoption of Board of Supervisor Resolution 2024-165 for the abandonment of an undeveloped public right-of-way. Anyone wish to speak to item 31? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
motion to approve item 31.
Need a second? You're seconding that, Supervisor Gould? Okay, we have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Up to the regular agenda, number 32, discussion possible action to acknowledge receipt of and refer to Public Works a petition requesting 2 roads, all located in the North Kingman area, to be accepted into the Mojave County road system for regular maintenance.
Chairman Angus, motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion
Aye.
carries. Oh, that was a no from Supervisor Johnson. Got it, Supervisor Johnson. Item 33, approve creation of a new position, classification of division supervisor within the Public Works Department. Anyone have anything to say about that?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
could we get just a quick description of what Director Latosky is attempting to do?
Okay. Mr. Latosky?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, in collaboration with Human Resources, this position request establishes a division manager for both our traffic control and water systems division. It provides for the level of job responsibilities that would be expected of an individual that would run a division. This includes all aspects of human resources, budgeting, and of course, planning, scheduling, and directing all aspects of the routine maintenance and operation of, in the instance of traffic control, the maintenance of traffic control devices and water systems, the maintenance, operation, and repair of public water systems.
I have a question.
Yes.
Mr. Lakowski, the budget for this, is it a shared budget from HERF funds and water improvement district funds?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Bishop, the position will, for traffic control, will be completely HERF funded. If the board approves this, it would be an approximate $8,700 increase to HERF funds for the traffic control division head. For water systems, there is no budget impact. The water systems are actually budgeted with a higher level engineer based position. So there's adequate budget within the water systems budgets for this position to be established.
Okay. With that being understood, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. Motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Item 34. Discussion and possible action to approve and sign Contract Amendment 1 for Contract 21-P04 Medical Examiner Services resolicitation with Serenity Medical Group, Mojave Valley, renewing the contract for 1 additional year from December 1st, 2024 through November 30th, 2025, adding certification pursuant to ARS 35-394. I have a question before we go further. I wanted to go into executive session, but it's only the second one that's starred for executive session. Do I have to do that one first? Because they're both similar. So before we get into it, I want to have that executive session. So should I go with 35 first?
Chairman Angus, the board, if they wishes to, can go into executive session to receive legal advice and consult with the attorney, the board's attorney, on any item on this agenda. It doesn't matter whether it's asterisk or not. The purpose of the asterisk is for items for 9 o'clock. So you can take on any item if you wish.
Okay. Well, I wish to take this item out. So I need a motion to go into executive session.
Motion for executive session.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Waiting for a couple of people here. All right, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. We're on item 34. That's the discussion and possible action to approve and sign contract amendment 1 for contract for the medical examiner services. I'd like to invite the Sheriff Schuster, to come up. Has a statement that he'd like to make.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I think I just want to shed some light on this particular topic. Back in February of this year, we took a report alleging misconduct at the county medical examiner. It was reported that criminal activity was taking place. We did follow up with that report and determined there was no criminal activity, but there was some suggestion that there were procedural errors in the past that needed correction. Now, the irony here, and this has become a hot button topic for some reason, these are the same concerns listed in our report that have been reported to you in person, going back some time, so I understand, where you're coming from. The reason I'm here today is I don't want to put anyone in a bad situation, okay? When this information was put out to the public, a copy of our report, this board was not privy to it. Okay, I was under the impression you did receive a copy, and I have learned that you did not. That goes for the county manager, that goes for terror and procurement. So you were working off information that you believed you'd already taken care of. You listened to the complaints early on. I know that you were doing background to ensure that we have the best contract moving forward, and we came in with a mirrored investigation and said, hey, we're being told the same things, but because it did not rise to the level of criminal, it didn't go any farther on our end. So the bottom line is, as the sheriff, we rely very heavily on the medical examiner. It's a big portion of what we do. We have brought to the attention of the health department, and this goes back in time, and I'm not pointing fingers, but concerns that we've had. And we're hoping to get those addressed. I understand, I was fortunate that Chief Deputy McKee was allowed to sit in during the process. He was involved in the actual contract work to a degree, because we want to ensure that if something is written into the contract, it's adhered to. And so I think we've been satisfied with that. We have no skin in the game. You're going to move forward how you want to move forward. We're simply saying that we need accountability regardless of who the medical examiner is. And I want to ensure that the public understands that I feel bad. I do. I feel bad that you weren't given the information ahead of last meeting, because even though it was a regurgitation basically of what you'd already known over the years, it did put you in a bad situation because you weren't aware that this was stemming again. So I would ask for your forgiveness on that one note, but I stand behind the fact that there was no criminal activity that could be determined, and we have no direction whatsoever for the board, no opinions whatsoever. You're going to do what you feel is best. I would say that we do have 2 substations we're moving out of, one in Lake Havasu, one in Mojave Valley. They would make excellent locations for a future morgue should you decide to bring it in-house. And if you have any questions of me, I'm here to answer them.
Okay. Any questions? I have one. In these kinds of investigations, is the person who's under investigation, do they get to be interviewed as well?
Chairman Angus, normally, yeah, a complete investigation interviews all parties involved. I think in this situation, when it was determined that it wasn't criminal and we're a criminal-based agency, there were probably a couple of interviews that I would have liked to seen done. but this is after the fact now, looking at the report. When this was released, I would have probably had this listed as not for release, quite honestly, only because there were a couple of interviews that I would have liked to seen in there. But at the end of the day, there's nothing that we would look at on the criminal side, so it wasn't critical, other than it's now become critical because of what's happening today.
Well, I think your conclusion, which we heard again in executive session, left it open to interpretation.
It did.
So what are you stating here on the record right now?
I believe I've stated it, Chairman
Do it
Angus,
again.
there was no criminal activity cited that was prosecutable. We did not have sufficient probable cause to support any criminal-related matter, and that's where that criminal investigation stopped. So again, I want to be very clear. This isn't the sheriff's office bringing new information to you. This information has been presented to this board for many years, and we just received additional information that turns out was pretty much what you've already heard.
Okay.
I know that since you've, and I'll talk directly to County Manager Elters, I know that he is very diligent. He's a man that I respect, and I know that he was working through this and was probably blindsided. So, Sam, again, I should have got the report to you. I believed it was, but that's irrelevant. You didn't get it, so I apologize.
Does anybody have any questions? None? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Angus?
Yes.
I think that there is a lot of misinformation out there, and I don't know how to correct that misinformation other than maybe we can get our PIO to compile the ballot information in conjunction with the sheriff's investigation and maybe the sheriff's PIO and come together with the actual truth of what happened. Mistakes were made, I'm sure. Maybe policies were not done correctly, but I don't think there was any criminal activity, as the sheriff confirmed. And this is going back 20 years. This isn't just going back a couple of years. We've always had problems, and I think every county has problems in this area. But I like the idea that the sheriff suggested using the substations as potential locations for a future morgue. I think that would reduce the cost to just have a remodel, and I'd really like to look at what that would cost the county and whether or not we can financially afford to do it this coming year.
Okay. And I agree with you that there is a lot of bad information out there, and I'm sure some of it's going to be repeated today because we have several people signed up, and they've been waiting here a long time, and we'll get to everybody. I want to ask if the applicant, Mr. Hassett, would like to talk now or after. Okay. So first we have Frank Paolini.
I'm Frank Paolini. I'm here to support Sharon.
I can't hear you. Can you talk more?
I'm Frank Paolini. Good afternoon. And I'm here to support Sharon. And I oppose for John Hassett. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, since you brought Ms. Hogan, that's how you say it, right? Haugen or Hogan? Okay, come on up, Sharon.
My name is Sharon Hofstra Haugen. I am here today in memory of my daughter Shannon Post, who was found dead next to her car in a friend's driveway on July 13th, and the ME decided it was not a suspicious death. I urge you to not again give a contract to Serenity under the direction of John Hassett. There is too much negativity swirling around this man and his operation. So much as investigations, allegations, and validations about the investigations. There are many loved ones or family members of loved ones who have not been given the choice to where they want to send their deceased person. And they have been extremely upset about this, as I was upset about my daughter's not even getting an autopsy because she wasn't deemed as being suspicious, lying dead in 115-degree heat in the driveway of a friend's house by her car, where she had gone supposedly to get something. And no one questioned why she didn't come back for 4 hours. there is so much depending on the medical examiner's office to do the right thing. People depend on that. I do not think Mr. Hassett is qualified. He does not have a certification as a pathologist. He was not certified by the state medical board. And in conflict of interest, as Buster Johnson was the only one of you that voted no the first time you gave him this contract, said this could be a problem. And the chickens have come home to roost. It is a problem. It's a conflict of interest. He is not certified. He is not doing what the county really needs. And he's profiting himself from being in this position. So I urge you to please do not renew this contract. I urge you, as the representatives of the residents of our county, to do the right thing. Every man makes his own shipwreck. And if you vote to renew this contract, I'm afraid you will go down with the ship.
Thank you. I believe that Veronica Dennis would like to reply now, or no?
Can you hear me okay? Good morning, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Veronica Dennis. I have been employed by the MCMEO for over 11
Can you
years.
talk into, can we turn the volume up? It seems to be lower than it usually is. Thank you.
Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. I am the lead senior investigator, the investigative supervisor, and the lead autopsy technician. I'd like to address a few allegations that have been made against our office that I can attest to. We do test for COVID when warranted. We do test for any substance that may have contributed to a death, including alcohol, fentanyl, any other illicit prescription, and or over-the-counter medication that we may believe contributed to a death. The investigators are trained to utilize the public fiduciary's monthly funeral home rotation schedule. The vehicles provided to the investigators are not county vehicles. Each investigator has an assigned vehicle that stays at their home, as we are on call for 120 hours straight. We do not use these vehicles for personal use on our days off. However, while on call, we may run errands and bring a change of work clothes if we stray too far from home. Mr. Hassett has 2 investigators that carry registry certification through the American Board of Medical Legal Death Investigators in his employ. I am one, and I have been since 2016, and continue to attend yearly ABDMI advanced symposiums, and another that has been employed with MCMEO for just over 9 years. We currently have an investigator that was employed as a deputy coroner in Riverside County for roughly 13 to 14 years. And our other 2 investigators are in the process of getting their registry certification as well. With that said, it is not a requirement to have experience or certification to become an investigator. Most counties require that you get certification within a year. Ours are 1 and 2 years. And I just wanted to share that those of you that are unaware, the MCMEO has a website that is available to the community 24/7. Lastly, it is our job at the MCMEO to preserve the survivors and to represent the dead. That is what we have done and what we will continue doing going forward. And I'd like to address Sharon. First and foremost, I can't imagine what she's going through. But when I spoke to her on the 18th of July, I did explain my reasons for the decisions that I made regarding her daughter's death investigation. There are things that have not been mentioned and probably will not be mentioned. But I did my job correctly, and I did my due diligence in conducting a thorough death investigation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before I go on, Sharon, I'd like from the board to extend our sincere condolences for your daughter's death. All right, Mr. Stang.
I'm in Fort Mojave, aka the German. I got a problem with the company employed by the county and paid by my tax money when I get told to mind my own business. And there's a YouTube video out where the medical examiner's office bluntly says, mind your own business, let me work my job. It's my business. It's a tune of $100,000 a month. So I have the right to ask questions. Don't you think so? I think so. My tax money. So I really would appreciate if you find a new medical examiner and or change the rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Scotty McClure, and then Carolyn Strecker. Come on down, and then Philip. Is Philip still here, Robinson? I don't see him. He left, right?
Okay, how do I?
Excuse me? You.
Walking from the Safeway lot. The whole thing was missing. And they refused, saying it was a natural. And the worst thing was they were notified, the police were notified that she had an old dog in her.
Oh.
What does that mean?
Can we put it up here? This is from the board meeting at in Bullhead.
In the house. They went there and said, we knocked
That
on the
she-
door, nobody was there, so they left. And the police
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but your time is up.
See, D'Amico gets right on her and throws her out.
Well, your time is up, ma'am. I'm sorry. I feel for you, but your time is still up.
They left the dog in the house for 2.5 days, with no food or water.
This is a coward. This is how Bullhead City handles this investigation. I'm ashamed of Steve D'Amico.
Okay, this is about the contract, Scotty.
Yeah. This is the abuse. There ought to be a full-time investigation on this, the way the police department and I finally heard from the girl that was just up here that answered some of my questions. And, I mean, you guys been going on with this. I don't know why you didn't have 39 and 40 ahead of this. Agenda items. This has been handled so badly. I'm just ashamed of Steve D'Amico and Bullhead City. And there's answers out there. Who, what, when, where, why, and how. How would you feel if it was your 25-year-old daughter? No answers, huh? I'm ashamed. I remember being here 3 years ago and we were missing those dead bodies. We still haven't found them, have we? All the mortician girls were lined up here in their high heels and nice dresses. We still ain't gotten. And 3 years later, we're still there from 3 years ago. I'm so flabbergasted that this is still not solved. And the way you're treating Sharon here, I'm asking for the sheriff's office to go and investigate this like he did this other thing. Schuster's a good man. As it showed at the polls, I mean, he was overelected astoundingly. And so I can trust his people to investigate things properly. This needs an investigation, not serenity, but this one incident. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Strecker, and then, let's see, who's next? Daniel Sudolowski, and then Dr. Swap. I assume you two are together.
Yeah, I don't have anything to say. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
All right, doctors, come on down.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and the board for this opportunity to speak. I may run out of time, but I have to tell you that a death scene investigator never makes the call. It's the medical examiner only. If there was nobody on call and the death scene investigator made that decision, it was wrong. I appeal to this board to vote down these measures and request that the board aggressively and expediently pursue an alternative solution to this untenable arrangement with Mr. Hassett, considering the facts that have been discovered during or since the last board meeting. It was clear at the last meeting and subsequent communication that few of the stakeholders involved in this process are well informed as to the definition of certification in pathology or standard qualifications to be medical examiner in Arizona. Review of up-to-date publicly available information from all medical examiners' offices that service the other 14 Arizona counties unequivocally proves that every medical examiner in Arizona, apart from Mojave County, is certified in anatomic pathology and only by the American Board of Pathology. Regardless of statute, this is the de facto state standard as minimum qualification of a medical examiner. My own personal inquiries, I have also learned that the standard turnaround time in the state from intake to completion of an autopsy and release of remains back to family and loved ones is 48 hours in 90% of cases and 72 hours in 99% of cases, meeting the National Association of Medical Examiner standards. We learned at the last meeting that autopsies in Mojave County have always and continue to be performed only once a week due to a persistent, inadequate staffing model, such that these services take a minimum of 7 days or 3.5 times as long as any other county. This is an egregious deviation from state and national standards, which can have profound impact on the veracity of autopsy findings and have medical legal implications. This also creates additional obstacles for the choice in funerary arrangements, as well as additional psychological stress on family and loved ones in their time of mourning. It is an indignity to the citizens of this county that the ME office has been the only substandard outlier in Arizona by not meeting standards of certification and critical performance metrics for decades. To add further insult, the items before you do not correct these failures. Rather, they allow the status quo to continue, justified only because they were unknowingly allowed to exist in the past. The citizens of this county deserve a long-term solution that provides a superior level of service and value for their tax dollars that is equitable with the rest of the state and nation.
Thank you. Dr. Swap, do you want?
Doctor too. I've been.
I said, doctors, come on down.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to speak a little bit about what I learned at the last meeting and in the interim and what we've learned today. First of all, attending these meetings has given me a greater appreciation for the challenges of being a public servant in a county which pretty much hates government. And so I appreciate your service. These are hard issues. Yeah, I agree with Dr. Sudalovsky. A death scene investigator doesn't get to make those decisions. And we learned last week that Mr. Hassett said from the dais here, or from the pulpit, that they do autopsies once a week. This is a big problem. It's a problem that there's not a pathologist to bounce stuff off of on a consistent basis. Forensic pathology is a medical subspecialty. You need to think about it like you need to think about it in that way. And an autopsy is not something that you can just you can just burst through, 10 or 12 of those in a day. It's a procedure. It takes time and care, and they're difficult. It's not always obvious what's going on.
But the reason that I think that you should, I want to speak specifically about the structure of this contract. It's not a good contract for the citizens. It's not a good contract to you. It's a contract with a businessman who is not a doctor, and businessmen have profit motive, and there's no transparency in this budget. A dollar saved here is a potential dollar of profit. Now, I am not alleging any wrongdoing. I am not aware of any such evidence. But it's a bad structure. And the citizens of this county deserve better than that. I can tell you, Supervisor Bishop, I've been a medical examiner in Yuma County where we have 5 full-time board-certified pathologists that share in this work, and not every county has these problems. Nobody has a problem like this. Not one county except for Mojave County.
Thank you. Mr. Hassett, would you like to speak now?
Madam Chair, Board, my apologies for not coming down quicker. So I just want to address these items. If you have some direct questions for me, I'd be more than happy to answer them. I just want to go through this, and I know we're on a time constraint. So it seems to be that misinformation is a consistent theme around this topic. I thank you, Supervisor Bishop, for pointing that out on the record, and I really hope that the county does do something to combat those issues that Sheriff Schuster came to speak of. Once again, I think everyone's really hung up on the fact that I'm not a forensic pathologist. I made that very clear from the very beginning. I am not a pathologist. I am not even remotely close to being a medical doctor, right? In fact, I believe Supervisor Lingenfelter made a statement in a 2022 article of that same exact fact. I've never claimed to be. I've always said that this was working with Dr. Mosley in an effort to provide services to the county. From the moment I pitched it to the county staff when we were having issues with Dr. Mosley to every meeting that I've been up here in front of you. So I want to check that box. Conflict of interest, I for one cannot identify a conflict of interest. I understand there was great concern when there was common ownership with funeral homes. That has since been not the case since October 28th of 2022. So I want to make sure that's on the record. The claims of no choice to family. When a decedent is in our office, the next of kin must fill out a form choosing their funeral home, making sure that they are the ones making that choice of what funeral home to go to in the event that there is an on-scene death and they're going to be released at that time and the family does not have a choice of funeral home at that time. They would go to the rotation funeral home, which I'm sure all of you are aware, but for the public's knowledge, that does not go through my office. That goes through the county procurement division, always has. And there's been, I don't believe, any interest in changing those protocols. To the gentleman in the back, yes, that mind your own business statement was absolutely something that I said in the Fox News interview, which in my opinion was a hatchet job. When you go from 2 hours of an interview condensed down to a very small portion and then they pull a snippet out for their YouTube channel, I believe that can be put out of context. So I would encourage that gentleman to either call me, I'd be more than happy to send the true interview that occurred since I recorded the entire thing, or just watch the full thing on Fox because it was a really poor job. The pathologist to bounce stuff off of those statements, every one of our investigators has 24/7 access to a pathologist. Dr. Mosley has always resided in the Phoenix area. Prior to his staff, Dr. Worrell did not reside in this area as well, but the investigators and the forensics managers have always had full access to a forensic pathologist for any inquiries or any concerns that may or may not have come across their desk, so to speak, while investigating a scene. The businessman versus pathologist statement, again, I'm not claiming to be, thank you. I'm not claiming to be a pathologist, never have, and never will. It's been a business since day one. It's a service that this county needed, and Dr. Mosley and I partnered up to make sure this happened. I do agree with Dr. Swap on this point. He's absolutely right. This should not be a businessman that runs this. It should be the county. I've said this to Travis Lingenfelter, and I believe everyone here in open session that I support turning this into the county-run business. I understand what you guys are in front of, and it's I also agree with him in the aspect that being a public servant is tough, especially in this aspect. I've offered my time, my services, and everything to make sure that this becomes a county-run business. I think Sheriff Schuster is on point with the location. Lastly, I do want to just close out with one thing. Ms. Hogan, I am very sorry for your loss. I sincerely apologize for the loss of your daughter. My sincere condolences. I did not get an opportunity to speak to you. I did not get an opportunity to speak to you at that city council meeting because you had left right after you spoke.
John, can you do this after the meeting?
Okay, my point to that is that as I've said in the city council meeting, this is an agency-only request copy. I can give it to your clerk. I'm not allowed to release that to anyone. As of 12 o'clock today, no reports were requested, but if you would like to review this, I'm more than happy to turn it into your clerk.
Okay.
If you have questions, I'm more than happy to
Does
answer.
anyone have questions for Mr. Hassett?
Sorry.
Anyone? I'm asking anyone if they have questions for you,
Madam
because
Chair.
he's the applicant, Sharon.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hassett. And I do think that the local papers have been less than balanced in their coverage. But I have one question for you that I keep asking as a fellow non-physician. I've spoken to, well, out of the 15 counties, I think only 5 of them have direct contracts with forensic pathologists, and then like another 9 counties have contracts with other counties that do have pathologists to provide these services. So the only thing I've ever said about your services, and just not your services, but rather the model, and there is no blame associated or any negative ill will associated with this, but I have said that it is unorthodox, and that is it. I think that's an objective statement of fact, and I don't mean any negative to come off of that statement towards your company. And I hope that you haven't ever taken offense to me calling this model, not your company, as a little bit unorthodox.
No, I have not.
So
I appreciate it. Thanks.
The question that I have is, because I do think it's more than just about the county has an obligation to maximize every dollar of taxpayer funding that we have. And so obviously we have to be very cost conscious and get the best value for the best price. That's one component. The other component, when you talk about these particular services, are the decedents and their families. And forgive me for not reading the scope of your current contract, but does the scope of your current contract say that autopsies will be done within 48 hours or 72 hours if a body comes in over the weekend?
To the best of my knowledge, and I do not have a copy in front of me, it does not state a stipulation on timing. So I'd be happy to review and get back to your office if you'll allow me that time.
Yeah. So I agree with you and everyone else that has provided their opinions on this model. I think that we can do better as a county as far as migrating to something as part of a long-term solution that would better address everybody's concerns. My only concern is the turnaround time. I think that that's something that has been a long time issue. But I'd like to see Mojave County get to a solution where we can say that all of the autopsies that are required are being performed within 48 hours or within 72 hours if a necessary procedure has to be done over the weekend or something. But I think that's a fair thing to shoot for.
Absolutely. That's actually why I reached out to Dr. Swap at one point to try to seek a joint venture when this all first started going down. But I completely agree with you.
Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Anything? No? Supervisor Johnson? Supervisor Johnson?
Yes, Madam Chair?
Do you have any questions for Mr. Hassett?
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, Mr. Hassett, I want to thank you. You did step up at a time that we were really in a pickle. It's a layman's term, and I think you've done it to the best of your ability. There are, things that are out of your control. We understand that. But I know that you always said that this was a temporary temporary contract that we will go, that's always been the plan, correct? So as we go forward in awarding a contract, just know that while this is going on, we are going to be working very hard, or the next board, so most of us won't be here, will be working hard to figure out our next step with the ME's office. So thank you very much.
Yep, my pleasure. Do you want a copy of this, Madam Chair?
What is that?
It's a agency-only copy of the case that's been referenced today at this board meeting.
Should we? Yeah, okay.
Sorry, what? Yes?
Yeah.
Chairman Angus, I have a question.
Oh, sure.
I don't know who can answer this question, but are there state or national requirements for the length of time autopsies can be performed in?
I unfortunately can't answer that. My apologies, Madam Chair, Supervisor Bishop.
Okay. Okay, we have a member of the audience thinking he can answer the question. Don't come up, just say what the answer is. This is a national, okay. Thank you. Because you said that earlier. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. There was
I'd like staff to look into that and confirm.
Okay. Got that?
I made a clerical error. It's not procurement that oversees rotation. It's the public fiduciary, so my apologies.
Public fiduciary, okay.
Sorry.
Thanks. All right, anything else from Mr. Hassett?
No, ma'am.
All
Madam
right,
Chair.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on item 34, which is a contract, renewing the contract for one additional year from December 1st, 2024 through November 30th, 2025, adding certification pursuant to ARS 35-394, and clarifying the medical examiner office address with all other terms and conditions remaining the same on behalf of the Department of Public Health. Do I have any motion?
Chairman Angus, I'll make a motion to approve a one-year contract. And the reason I'm doing this is so that we have time to look into providing a morgue in one of the sheriff's substations and look at the cost of bringing it in-house. I think that one-year period would give us enough time to do that and for the new board to make a decision on that.
Right.
Especially since the sheriff has confirmed there's been no criminal activity whatsoever.
Exactly. And it's going to take a little time, and this is government, so it's going to take double whatever you're thinking. So I think that that is a good move, compromise going forward. So I need a second. Okay. Supervisor
Thank you,
Gould?
Madam Chairman. I just want to remind the board that we have the option of going month to month in perpetuity. Thank you.
Anyone want to discuss that, or did you make your motion?
Yeah,
You have
that
a
is my
motion.
motion.
Anyone's going to second that? I'm going to second that. Okay, so we have a motion this second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Aye.
No.
All right, motion fails. So we're off to 35. And this is to give a 2-year contract. Oh, a 3-year.
Motion to deny.
Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I've got a question for either Attorney Estlin or perhaps our procurement director. With this contract no longer being required, is it better to deny this or just to recommend that it's canceled? And can we recommend that it be canceled?
Chairman Angus, Supervisor Lingenfelter, our recommendation is that they cancel the solicitation. The board had already denied, the board had already, well, let's see, at the last board meeting, the board moved to approve, but it didn't win. The motion did not pass. And so our recommendation is the board cancel the solicitation.
Thank you.
Okay. So where are we? He has a motion to deny for this number 35. And the second. Okay, we have a motion second for denial. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that fails too.
Motion to cancel the contract.
Second.
No, solicitation. Thank you.
Okay. Second? Okay. We have a motion second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. So what now?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
May I ask a question to Attorney Esplin? With the failure of item number 34, is it within the contract, or perhaps Director Acton would know at what point? I assume, do we just automatically go to month after November 30th or November 1st, or whenever the contract is, the current term of the contract is expiring, and then the next day, do we just go month to month, or does another action sought by the board?
You have to look at the terms of the contract. The terms of the contract will dictate what will happen. So,
Chairman Angus, Supervisor Lingfelter, I don't have the contract in front of me, and my battery has died again on my laptop, but I did look into it after the last board meeting. We do have an option to go month to month. What I would ask the board is to give us some direction on what you want to do long term. We brought back the renewal amendment because the board had asked us to do that. With you denying the award of the replacement solicitation, realizing that we have nothing in place to start December 1, I think we would have to go month to month, but that was entered into the contract. Essentially, if we ran out of renewal options, how would we continue to provide these mandated services while we were trying to figure out what the next option was?
Chairman.
3 years to figure this out, and here we are
Chairman
today.
Angus.
Yeah.
Just to continue my questioning of Director Acton, so what you're saying is you would need the board to bring back another item for approval per month to month, or is that already covered under the current scope of service?
No, I mean, the contract itself will automatically renew on a month-to-month basis. I think what we would need is direction from this board on what the next steps are, realizing that the original term will expire November 30th.
Of course.
And if we need to go into a month-to-month provisions, I will say in the past with the prior contract, we were in a month-to-month services, I want to say almost 9 months to 12 months. And at some point, there's going to be pushback on that as an ability. It really is meant to be a stopgap measure.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I would just make one more comment since we're on this issue right now, that I think that the procurement function, the procurement department and what the procurement process did, it did what it was supposed to do. I think what we've heard is just some opposition to the model, which procurement doesn't have any real control over setting that model. So,
Okay, so no action taken. But before we go on, can I ask Mr. Hassett to come down again? Because let's remember, this is a business model, and I want to ask Mr. Hassett if this is a model that he can function on with staff, things like that.
Madam Chair, Board, immediate answer would be very difficult. Yes. But it is something that I signed knowing full well it could go into a month to month. This board forced Dr. Mosley to do the same up until basically he had a doctor tell him he physically would potentially pass away or seek great medical care if he continued, which is what pushed us into this. So is it possible legally? Yes, you can force me to do this.
Okay. According to the contract, is there any sort of notice at will, like either parties can end the contract?
Chairman Angus, no, there's nothing specific in the contract. It's just a term and condition of the contract that at the end of the, the end of the contract term, again, I think it was written with the intent that if all renewal options had been exhausted, we could go month to month to make sure that we can continue to provide statutory services.
Right.
So if the board elects not to renew and take renewal options, then it would just default to month until we find a better solution.
Okay. I do not think that a year is an outrageous term to give some surety to the vendor. I think it's a big mistake. I think this board is basically trying to punish the county for not taking action earlier, but it's going to come at the expense of people.
And I that's all I need to say.
Madam
Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would suggest that the board authorize staff to move forward with obtaining employment agreements with the employees of Serenity and move forward in finding a location for the medical examiner to operate out of. And I make that in a motion.
Chairman, if I could just jump in real quick. I think both of those items are going to be addressed on 39 and 40, so I would just recommend you hold off until 39 and 40 to make that motion.
I retract my motion.
All right. Is there anything else?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
2 points as the board contemplates and the next few items where to go from here. First one is please keep in mind that we need to budget whatever direction the board directs staff to go with. And the other, if this arrangement was to terminate at some point, the alternative is what we've experienced before, which is an IGA with other counties in the past, and we did have experience with that, but we needed IGAs with both Yavapai and Coconino to cover our services needs. And in both IGAs, there were language that says their autopsies came first, and they did ours only if they had capacity and only to the extent that they had capacity. So if we're worried about duration and completion of autopsies, that's not a good model, but that's what we had to do in the past, not long past, to address and to provide these mandated needs. So I just want to not lose sight of that and remind the board of those days and the challenges that came with them.
Okay. Did you want to? We're still on this item, right? Have we moved on? Okay. Come on up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Just really quick, kind of set your mind at ease. If that is the path that you choose, then yes, I will continue on a month-to-month basis. I've had conversations with other counties, just as Mr. Elters has expressed, and they are willing, if we transport down, they will work with us in order to expedite autopsies if need be. Although I don't agree with the decision because I think it'll end up harming staff, which is a point that something I pointed out to Supervisor Lingenfelter. We need to do whatever is possible to move this in-house as soon as possible. So item 39 and 40, I guess, is something that could potentially be a savior to the staff. So, but yes, I can go month to month if that is what the county chooses to do. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
To Mr. Hassett's point, what you just said is the very reason why I put item 40 on the agenda, because I don't take their careers and their livelihoods flippantly, and I don't want to just leave them out into the cold. So what this item is going to be looking at is transitioning staff.
And I appreciate that. You took a lot of time out of your day to have a meeting with me, and that was something that I pointed out was my top priority is the staff. So thank you for putting 40 on the agenda. No other questions, I'll take a seat.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, now we are on item 36. No, actually, we skipped 35. We denied that. Discussion, possible action, approve and sign amendment number 3 to contract number 21-P07, sex offender treatment services. Okay, let's see who we have here. All right, Scotty, what do you have to say about that? Scotty, then Carolyn, then Philip. Philip's gone.
Scotty from Bullhead. Has she been doing this already since June 1st? Letting these people interview by phone? Sounds like it to me. The information I'm able to get. Are you guys really authorized by? I thought this was a sentence by a judge to a lifetime of reporting in. Are you guys changing the judge's decision? Sounds like it to me. To save money here again. We got to save all this money. Otherwise, we'll go $18 million and a half in the hole again. These guys have a lifetime sentence, and I'm not willing to give them a bit of leeway on this. If it would have been me as a judge, I'll tell you what, they'd never get out of prison on some of these, whatever. You only have 344 sex offenders registered in this county. That's only one a day. Of course, you got all these paid holidays and weekends, I suppose. 344 sex offenders. And you want to give them a break. I don't want to give a sex offender a break, number one. I don't want to. I want them to have to report in once a year. And I want a brand new photo, an up-to-date photo. They won't even have to do that if they're just phoning in. This is unreal. They committed a very serious crime, especially if it was penetration. They should have never been let out of jail to start with. One time and you're out when it comes to something like that. One time and you're out. Like I said before, we got 245 in Bullhead, Kingman, and Lake Havasu. Now, we had a guy picked up the other day. So us taxpayers in Bullhead are footing the bill by having him booked because he didn't feel like having ID or reporting in or whatever. So we got to foot the bill in Bullhead because he's, whatever. And they're already reporting in, like I told you last meeting. Here's their address: Aztec Road and Highway 95 behind Safeway. Finley Chevrolet parking lot. There's a whole bunch of them down on Lee Avenue. Don't ever go down that area where you got kids. There's about 10 of them living down there in those motels. The homeless shelter has a boatload of them using that address. The homeless shelter in Bullhead. That's very big time funded by the city of Bullhead. Like $150,000 a year out of taxpayer funded. I just can't believe that they want to save money. Whatever, there's my 3 minutes.
Thank you. Carolyn?
Hi there. So I don't know exactly what this contract, I haven't read the whole thing, so I don't know all the terms and conditions, but I do feel like the county should really look at what the contract and terms and conditions entail. I'm not opposed to virtual treatment. Telehealth is a great adjunct to healthcare, including for patients and other types of treatment services. I don't think that it should be used as a primary method, especially if these are sex offenders who need to be held accountable in the judicial system. And that if they are using a no license, unknown address, there's no accountability, and these people are just receiving treatment services, but there's no strict, stringent terms and conditions. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay, I believe Ron Walker is here from probation. We used to have another Ron Walker in this county.
Hello, Ronnie. Welcome, the Chief Probation Officer from Mojave County. Just want to address some of the misconceptions that are going on. This is not about supervision. I supervise, my department supervises 109 probationers that are sex offenders. The 344, the numbers that are coming up with, I have nothing to do with that. That is people who have been previously sentenced, move here, whatever the case is. I have no idea why they're here or what they're here for. There's 109 that I know exactly where they are at all time. I have officers that are assigned directly to those people to track them, and if we can't find them, a warrant is issued immediately. My fugitive apprehension unit takes on that case and tracks those people down as a member of the United States Marshals Violent Offender Task Force. So, excuse me. We know where our sex offenders are that we're in control of through the court system. This contract basically allows our provider, who we've had for 30 years, who does sex offender treatment and counseling, to utilize some of those items, as a previous speaker spoke about telemed and things like that. He operates out of Cedar City, Utah, and it's easier for him to talk to some of these individuals. From there, we get more out of him that way because he's not traveling in between, and he can talk to people as need be. Those individuals that don't have internet access come to the probation office. We have it set up so they can speak to him from our office. If they have service at home, he can speak to them directly from home, just as any other doctor would for telemed or anything like that. But this is not supervision. The sex offenders that have gone through the Superior Court system and we're tasked with finding and keeping track of, we do that. So I want to make sure that the board understands and the public understands that the sex offenders that we are tasked with watching, we do. And we know where every single one of them is at any given day. So unless you have any other questions.
Madam Chair.
Questions for Mr. Walker? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Walker. These are people that receive probation rather than going to prison?
Either that or the probation tail, as we call it. They went to prison and then got back out with a probation tail for whatever amount of time that is that the court determines.
So after
It could be. It could have been directly to probation. It could have been after prison. It all depends on what the sentence was originally.
Is there a way you can quantify the offenses that these people did? Like, are they child molesters?
Some of them could be that have come back after their prison term, and they've had, as some people have said, they've had a lifetime of registration, or they have lifetime probation, or whatever the term is that's provided by the court. Each person, each individual is different. The sentence is different based on the court.
So they're not only ones that receive probation as a punishment. They've come back. Some of them have come back from prison after serving their sentence.
Right, and then continuing on probation for whatever time determined. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just want to say thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule. You sound like a busy guy. And for coming here and explaining the scope of the contract and your duties to the public. I really do appreciate that.
Thank you. I apologize for not being here the last meeting. I was with my son. He's returning from Korea.
Oh, okay.
So I was with him and didn't know I was going to need to be here. So I apologize for not getting this wrapped up 2 weeks ago.
It's fine. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Johnson.
I don't know if Mr. Walker can answer or not. How much is this contract for? I don't see it anywhere in the backup.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand the question. I couldn't hear him out.
I'm sorry.
How much is the contract for?
How much is the contract
Dollar
for?
amount.
A dollar amount.
I don't have it in front of me. I don't know if Ms. Acton does. It doesn't increase or it doesn't change the amount that was originally.
Okay, I guess we want to know the original amount. Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
She might have it even. There you go. I'm going to say somebody else might be quicker. So it's about 60,000 per year.
58 to 60,000 a year.
Per year for services.
Okay.
Does that mean that we'll be getting more service now, Madam Chair? They're doing it all virtual?
Say it again.
Yeah. Supervisor Johnson, my understanding on this is it's not that we would be getting more services. With the cost of service and the transportation, we were kind of faced with two options. If we were going to continue to have services provided in-house, they would be requesting an increase. When probation reached out to us and said they'd be willing to do it virtually, we can do it virtually without any cost increase.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Anyone else over here on this side? Okay. Need a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve item number 36.
Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. Number 37, this is to approve exceptions to the general fund hiring freeze. Does anybody want to hear from Mr. Cunningham?
Motion to approve item number 37.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 38, this is from Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attached, you'll find comments that were drafted by our staff to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service with our concerns on the draft Gleerich Mallow Recovery Plan. And basically, those comments will go to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services, mentioning our concerns and our opposition.
Okay.
Chairman Angus.
Yes.
I just wanted to thank Travis Lingenfelter for putting this on the agenda. I think this is kind of silly. These plants grow all over this area. I consider them a weed, and when you try to kill them, it's almost impossible. So I make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Motion second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 39.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I placed this onto the agenda regarding the model for Mojave County Medical Examiner Services. Mojave County has taken really I call it a whole enchilada approach to the state-mandated medical examiner services function for a lot of years, for decades. And those that are familiar and have been around long enough, they know that it's been problematic because most pathologists or doctors have been unwilling to handle both the staffing and the facility aspects, which has really limited Mojave County's pool of pathologists or doctors willing to contract with Mojave County for these ME services. And when I think of these services, there's really three key components. There's the pathologists. The second puzzle piece is the staffing. The third component or puzzle piece is the facility. And I think to address this, I've put at least two items on just to ask for more information to be brought back. They're non-binding items, 39 and 40. But this first one really has to do with an option about approaching one of the the facilities, the hospitals in Kingman KRMC. They provided a letter. It could be any of the hospitals, and that was before even we just heard testimony from Sheriff Schuster saying that there might be 2 vacant substations available. In any case, I think that all of our discussion as a board to date has been surrounding how do we build a new facility from scratch, and the facility costs that we've gotten as far as an estimate is $5 million. We all saw what happened with the medical examiner or the animal control facility where that cost more than doubled. So I think that if there's a way to direct staff, I know that this item actually had them entering into discussions with the KRMC to talk about what maybe a long-term lease of space would look like. And I'm not sure, I'd have to ask Attorney Esplin if I can maybe modify that, since the board has now gotten some additional information from our sheriff saying that there might be 2 vacant substations. If we can amend this item to basically direct staff to look at what it would cost the county to either outfit one of those former substations, that seems like it might be the better option. And if neither one of those spaces are big enough or they won't work logistically for whatever reason, I mean, I'm sure that the staff could bring that back to us, and then maybe we can look at reaching out to all of the hospitals if one of those 2 facilities doesn't work and talk about lease space. But I don't think right now is a good time for us to continue, and I think that we really haven't continued it, but to talk about building a new morgue for $5 million or more dollars. Financial Services Director Mornian has testified several times that we're still structurally unbalanced, that our long-term revenues are in future years not going to be sufficient to cover ongoing expenses. And so I think that as a board, we need to be mindful of that and fiscally responsible, and we need to look at solutions when it comes to these medical examiner services that really tries to bring those three components in-house as much as we can. And again, this item is non-binding. We're only asking for staff to look into this, do an investigation, bring us back some costing information so that we know what that might cost. I know that we already have $1.1 million that has been approved for taking care of those three components, right? The pathologist, the staffing, and a facility. So if it were me and I had this new information, you could start with that $1.1 million number at the top and you could deduct how much is a modification of a space going to take, and then you find out how much bringing the staff on would take, and then you find out what's left after that, out of that 1.1 million for hiring the doctors. So this item is just to direct staff to bring back to the board cost information. And I'd like to modify that to look at those two sheriff substations.
Before we go on, we do have a few people signed up to speak. Dr. Swap and Becky Foster.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity. I mentioned previously that we serve as medical examiners in Yuma County.
Can't hear you.
Is that better?
Can you make it a little louder? I don't know what's wrong today. Okay.
I feel like I'm right up against the microphone here.
I think it needs
We're good? Okay. I mentioned earlier that we serve as medical examiners in Yuma County, and in fact, the morgue is situated right in the hospital in Yuma Regional Medical Center. What this does is it's, first of all, I mean, there's the cost savings that have already been spoken about, and that I think cannot be overstated. But the other thing that it does to put the pathologists and the staff in the same building, I mean, there are multiple issues that come up every single day that need to be addressed. Amendments, looking at the photos together, talking about cases, and it's one thing to be on the phone with somebody. It's another thing to be right next to them talking about what's going on. And there's something lost in that if you're not right there. And so, putting it in a place potentially where a pathologist is nearby, I think is a good thing. It has an advantage over the substation. Yeah, I mean, the other issue is just the permanency of the hospital. I mean, and it has a morgue there that funeral homes are already familiar with, that they're making pickups, and so I think it's worth that conversation to get some price data. So I'm speaking in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Becky?
Becky Foster, Kingman, Arizona. My comments on item number 40, and I'm going to put this up from Clark County here. I don't know how much land you think that you need for a morgue. You have considered sites 1 acres to 5 acres. In Clark County, their morgue, and it's not on their campus, but it's near their campus with the administration building, and there are residential areas around it, shopping areas, and all sorts of things. This is the coroner's office here, I believe. His administration office. It's close to a hospital too, and but you've been going round and round with this since at least 2022, maybe earlier, and it's really time to get on with it, and I'm sure you feel the same way. You have a budget for the facility, and you have a budget for the staff to be included into the county. And that's good. You need to find a site, build a building, and get on with it. I don't think the temporary renting of long-term renting of facilities is a good thing for Mojave County. Mojave County needs a quality morgue and coroner's office. The citizens deserve that. There's no reason to negotiate ahead of time with KHI. I think that if you do that, you should include others as well. That's giving an unfair advantage by discussing a contract with KHI. And just because you got a letter from them doesn't mean you have to reverse what you're doing. You shouldn't get suddenly switch midstream. Look at other facilities as well. What the facilities that are being used right now, where our equipment is, why not look at them as rental there? If you're going to rent a facility, you're going to have to move the equipment anyway if you go to another place. And KHS or KHI's pathologists, they could be utilized without a contract with the facility, I think. I'm not sure. Or are they prohibited from contracting with Mojave County while they work for KHI? But I just believe that you have the funding set aside for the facility, find a facility, and I think the campus right here is fine too. And I think the sheriff's substation was a good example, and I think the sheriff gave you a good idea on that. But I think the objection to being on this campus was because you'd have to have the for the smells and everything and all that. Well, you need to do that anyway, period.
Thank you. Okay. We're still on 39. Correct? Okay. So, Supervisor Lingenfelter, you want to?
Madam Chair, I would hazard a guess that the ultimate goal of every one of us is to do the best thing to provide, to come up with an outcome that provides the best level of service at the best possible cost. I don't believe that knowing where this county is, we have to sit into for more budget sessions, and I know where we're going. We had to dip into our reserves to balance the budget this year. So, in my mind, we're structurally imbalanced if we believe our finance director, and I do. So I think that we need to look at either outfitting a current facility, if that's a possibility, and if that's not a possibility, look at some sort of a lease space. I think it does make logical sense to look at one of the hospitals in the county. It doesn't have to be KRMC, but if the other two facilities don't work for whatever reason. So I'll offer up a motion that we direct staff to bring back cost information to look at the two substations that the sheriff mentioned today, and to bring back their professional opinion and costing on what it would take to outfit those facilities. I'm assuming that those facilities could be outfitted with some of the furnishings, fixtures, and equipment that Mojave County has already purchased with the current provider. And if those don't work, then bring them back to us that those aren't going to work, and we'll look at something else.
That's a big motion.
That's a long motion.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 40 is on the same line.
Thank you, Chairman. Item 40 is to direct staff to provide a comprehensive cost breakdown and comparison for transitioning. And if I get this wrong, Mr. Hassett and folks that work for the medical examiner's office, I'm sorry, but I said approximate 8 staff members currently providing services under the medical examiner services contract for the potential to become Mojave County employees. We haven't ever seen that costing out of that. So we're just requesting that staff return to the Board of Supervisors with that information as soon as they can. And that's really it.
Okay. We have a motion second.
Do we have any members of the public looking to speak?
Oh, yeah, same one. I'm sorry. Dr. Swap and same, Becky Foster.
And I'll be super brief. So when we first engaged in conversations with Mr. Elters approximately a year and a half ago, this was the model that we were kind of hoping, or at least suggesting, that might work out well. The county has the benefit of a human resources department with the benefits and the health insurance and all that stuff that go with it that they get in bulk, and it would make a lot of sense for the staff of the medical examiner's office to be able to benefit from that and to run it. And then, so I'm in favor of that. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion and we have a second.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just a clarification
Okay, go ahead.
question, please. The motion says, direct staff to provide a comprehensive cost breakdown, but it continues, and then ultimately on the third line, it says, under the medical examiner services contract. The medical services examiner contract today has a medical examiner, doctor, as well as investigators, technicians, and support. Is that the model that you want us to price, or is it a different one?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Manager Elters, when I put this together, I did not envision the forensic pathologists, only the staff component. The way I look at these is that there's three components. There's the pathologist, there's the staffing. Many of them are here today, and there's a facility. This is only the staffing that's working under the current contract, and
So-
not the doctors.
Thank you for clarifying that. Let me just point out, since Yuma was mentioned by yourself and others, Supervisor, Yuma today has a contract with Pinal County, where Pinal County provides forensic autopsies for Yuma County. That contract calls for Yuma County to transport decedent to Pinal to do the forensic and transport them back. They don't do everything in Yuma. I just wanted to point that out to the board, just so we're all aware. And they spend plenty of money on that. For the last 3 or 4 years, it's averaging over 50. In the last couple of years, it's over $70,000 a year just to do that. So forensic autopsies for Yuma County are done in Pinal County.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
to be a little more specific, when it comes to the staffing component of the current medical examiner's contract, all I was really asking is to take that scope of what these folks are doing now, and what would that look like as far as dollar-wise if they were taking a direct labor rate and county insurance and benefits. That's all I'm looking for.
Okay. Any further comments? Did we have a motion? We do? Do we have a second? And a second. Okay, motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We did 41, 42. Approve a funding agreement between the county and Golden Shores Veterans of Foreign War.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 43, approve the termination of a funding agreement between Mojave County and the Veterans of Foreign War.
Chairman, just to be clear, it's approve the termination, but then also at the same time also approve the beneficiary funding agreement. So we're
Okay.
Yeah,
we're just
well-
making it a beneficiary agreement.
Do you want
is
me
what
to
we're
read the whole?
No, just
Okay.
we're not just temporary. We're terminating the funding agreement so we can do a beneficiary agreement.
All right.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Number 44, discussion possible action, presentation by the Mojave County Department of Public Health regarding the 2020 per capita percentage of physicians supplied within Mojave County.
Good afternoon, Board. I will try and make this brief because I realize the day has run long. The following information has been provided by Dr. Santorelli over at Kingman Regional Medical Center. He utilized the HRSA and AMA information to provide a breakdown of the physicians that are currently in Mojave County and how many would be needed for each category. Can we put the slide up, please? Can you all see the slide on your screen? No? Okay. There we go. Okay, so on this slide, the first column is the recommended physicians per 100,000 for the population of 100,000. The second column, sorry, the first column is the type of provider. The second column is the recommended range of physicians for 100,000 population average. The next column is what Mojave County ratio should be. The fourth column is our ranking within all Arizona counties, with 15 being good and 1 being poor. The fifth column demonstrates the number of physicians needed to meet the minimum recommendations. Next column over is the average recommendation, and the last column is the maximum capacity that would put us above and beyond. On this slide, highlighted OBGYNs, pediatrics, gastroenterology, ophthalmology, otolaryngology, pathology, and psychiatry. And I don't know if you can see all of those numbers, but for the OBGYN, we're 10 out of 15, so we're not the worst, but we could improve. Pediatrics, 6 out of 15. Gastroenterology, 9 out of 15. Ophthalmology, 8 out of 15. Otolaryngology, 9 out of 15. Pathology, 11 out of 15. And same thing with psychiatry. Please note, with this information, it does include trainees. So Kingman Regional Medical Center utilizes trainees as part of their education program. Those providers are counted in here because they are seeing patients. So these numbers do fluctuate. And again, this is information from 2020. We just got this data in 2023, so there is a lag on the information. And the rotation over at Kingman Regional Medical Center occurs on a regular basis, so these numbers do fluctuate. This next slide is the age of physicians or medical providers, their expected retirement dates, and how that could impact the numbers that we're seeing now. So the first column is the type of medical provider. The next column over is the percentage of those medical providers that are in the 55 to 64-year-old age range. And then the next column over is the 10-year deficit that would occur if these providers retired. We, I'm sure, all know providers within Mojave County that are well beyond that age group that continue to see patients. The next column over is the percentage of the 65 plus years, and then it's expected that within 5 years that they could retire. Again, I know several who are beyond that age range and continue to practice. And again, just to recognize that these numbers don't necessarily reflect those who come into our area for the education component of their rotation over at Kingman Regional Medical Center. I wanted to highlight our community health needs assessment information that was discovered during our focus groups in the month of June. When we went to each of the communities, we went to 7 communities total. 6 out of those 7 locations had access to medical care on their list of most mentioned needs. And then specifically, Lake Havasu City identified a need for a countywide medical coalition of facilities and professionals to address the provider shortages within our communities. And then lastly, this is a shameless plug for our community health improvement plan. We are having a kickoff Wednesday, September 11th. There is a registration at tinyurl.com/MCCCHIP 2025. Anybody can participate, and there's a virtual and in-person option. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Supervisor Johnson, this was your item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I didn't need anything on this. Need no action. The action item will be the next agenda.
Okay, no questions? No questions? Any questions?
No questions, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Okay, no action taken. And then 45 is to direct Mojave County Department of Public Health to bring back an update to the Board of Supervisors within 45 days on all current medical professional services and physician supply available within Mojave County.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
The reason I'm asking for this is the director said, besides her shameless plug, this was what she gave us from 2020, and it took, the provider to get 3 years to it. So I would ask that we approve this agenda item, so we have up-to-date numbers within 45 days so that the board and the public has a chance to look at it and see where we want to go from there. So with that, I would make a motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
Okay, motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Is there anything else? Seeing none, this meeting's adjourned.